Hey X2, can stay long today, but glad to catch the stream. Hey, well, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. So, I think I'm gonna make some tea and then I'm gonna start. So, I'll be right back, I think. Oh, you know what? No. Still need to do some announcements first. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Ah. New day, new HTML parser work, huh? What a joy. What a joy. Who doesn't love writing HTML parsers? Formula 1 is on at the same exact time as your stream. Oh no. Sorry, I don't watch that stuff. What's funny is that I don't, but my girlfriend does. So, which is not how it usually works, I guess. I don't know. Well, good luck to the cars. I hope they win. So, here's the state of things. The state of things is that we're actually not doing all that bad. Like right now, like all this stuff used to make the thing crash, and now it doesn't crash anymore. Now it complains that there's an EOF in attribute value. We should probably, cover more ground than just this, because it's clearly like you're not gonna fix this problem by going to where the EOF is. The EOF is not a useful location. This is the useful location where you're gonna be able to fix a problem. And yeah, look, now it tells you missing end tag. So there you go. Not bad. So locations where we point out where the error is could use some more work, but we're not crashing. And by the way, the reason why we were crashing before is just because we were hitting to-dos. So now we're just hitting fewer to-dos. Well, there you go. Now we hit another one. We hit another to-do. So we still have some. So this is not a surprise. We still have to-dos in the code. Chances are that as long as we have to-dos in there, there will be a combination of characters that's gonna lead us to the to-do. So not perfect, but it's now, it now got to a point where you can mess around with it and observe how it behaves, and it's not bad. So let me show you all this stuff. Actually, let me take a moment, sip some water, sip some tea, and then I'll show you one non-trivial type of error reporting that I've implemented. Not super complicated, but not that straightforward either. Hello, Owen. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. So, okay, so here's what I wanted to show. Here's the idea. Let's say that there is a div. And our LSP didn't crash. Okay, it was still crashed from the previous to-do that we hit. So, check this out. So, what's happening is that we see that this div opens, we see that its body closes, but we recognize, well, we have like a tiny algorithm that basically, let me find maybe another more sophisticated example. Body, div, you know what? Let's say that there's also a P missing. So the P is missing as well. And so it notices that there's a body. First it tries to match it with the P, doesn't match. Tries to match it with the div, doesn't match. Tries to match it with the body, it does match. And so we assume that this body goes with this body. And so because of this, we then conclude that this guy is missing an end tag and this guy is missing an end tag. Now this seems straightforward, and well, I guess this is the straightforward case. But you have also not as straightforward cases where maybe this says this is like a random arst tag. So what should it what should it match against? Well, okay, if this doesn't match anything, then what happens is that we try to match it with this, and this. They all fail, and so we consider it an erroneous end tag. But then the HTML closes and matches this guy, which makes us conclude that these guys are missing end tags. But if you remove the HTML, let me see what is it, the example that I wanted to show you. If you remove the HTML, it should complain, actually. The reason why it's not complaining is because right now we are missing logic to finalize the tree. Like we don't have any logic that inspects. Okay, we finished reading input tags, and now we need to do one last final pass, which maybe I should do now. You know what? Maybe we should do it now. But the thing is that if I here now do a slash body, so let's see what happens by doing this. Oh, we crashed the LSP in doing that. Okay. Okay, if I close the body here, okay, this is the case that I wanted to showcase. So the idea is we try to match arst with any of these guys. We fail with all of them. So we don't conclude that all of these guys are missing a closing tag. We conclude instead that this tag is just bad, which then puts us in the situation where this is a bad tag that we are basically ignoring. Since we failed to match it to anything in the stack, as we are constructing the tree, we still assume to be in here. We still assume to be in P. And actually, I can show you this. Let me restart the LSP because it crashed. Sorry, I still have that to do branch that we hit sometimes as I type things. But here's the idea, right? We still recognize this as an erroneous end tag, but then we match the P against this P. So it means that we realize that this thing failed, but we didn't go up. Like we didn't, the fact that everything failed meant that we returned to the previous assumption that maybe we're still trying to close the P and this is just random garbage. And like this, long story short, what if you close the div inside P? Let's try. If you close the div inside of P, it says that P is missing an end tag. It matches div against this div, and then it tells you that there's a random P tag outside. I believe that this is not the behavior that you should have according to the HTML spec. I don't know if the HTML spec also, like the HTML spec has instructions about supporting this. Like, unfortunately, this is expected to be supported. The thing is, the HTML spec is thinking of browsers, and like if your browser is expected to do properly italic and bold, even if you do weird shit, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to support it in a developer tool. Like, actually, it is a good idea to not support it in a developer tool so that we tell the developer, look, you're doing something stupid. Yeah, it's still gonna work in browsers in theory, but still, just don't do it, please. So it's fine for us to not be exactly spec compliant, but that's the idea, right? So I think that this is good behavior. It is like it's decent behavior. It is like in this case, I guess something more sophisticated could kinda realize, right, that there's a, like, if you have a missing end tag for a tag, and then somewhere below you have an erroneous end tag with the same name, then you could do some logic and say, you know what, maybe this error should be reported as in this tag closes too late. So we could make this error reporting more sophisticated. But I think that the baseline seems pretty decent. So I'm happy where this is going. I'm really happy. This is already plenty useful. And so here's what I want to do today. One thing is, well, continue covering all the to-dos so that the thing stops crashing as I type. And the second thing is take a look at what the other editors do out of the box. Like, if you use the LSP from VS Code, what do you get from it? What plugins can you install to give you diagnostics for HTML? And I'm not interested in random linters. I'm interested in in-editor diagnostics, because I know that there are HTML linters out there, so that's fine. That's not a surprise. And honestly, maybe looking at their behavior could be interesting, but I'm not really interested in that as much as I'm interested in the in-editor experience that you get. So so I want to kind of get a feeling of what the the state of the art is in terms of HTML editing. And this is it. So I'm very happy. This is getting useful fast. If I release, like, even if I don't support anything regarding the templating language, this LSP is like, we can make a release of it, and it will be useful to people already. Maybe there's a couple more things that we might want to add, right? For example, and that's another thing that maybe I can tackle today, which is autocomplete support. Honestly, I don't know what else. At least autocomplete support. Then maybe we can take a look at what other features what other features we could implement, like what other features LSP support, and see if we want to implement those for our HTML LSP. I think that some could be nice to implement in the long term, but it's not a priority. For example, we could give docs for tags. That, like, we could write some information about what a tag does or doesn't do, but I don't know. It's not, like, it would be nice, right? But it's not fundamental. Yeah, hover support, that kind of stuff. Honestly, I don't know. What should we say on hover, for example? That's a question that we would need to think about. But that kind of stuff would be nice to implement. And honestly, it's so contributor friendly that I don't want to prioritize doing it. Also because I think that once this becomes useful, I think some contributor could have some fun implementing some of that stuff. So let's spearhead more of the core stuff, and then let's leave some of this stuff to somebody else who might enjoy it maybe even more than me. Okay, so this is not making it crash. What was it making it crash? There we go. Reached unreachable code. There you go. So now we hit an assertion that is interesting. This is a more involved type of error. Okay. What should I do first? I would actually be curious to see what these other editors do. So let me see. Is this VS Code up to date? Check for updates. Give me the... Okay, it's the latest and greatest. Wait, no, wait. I should have read what the message said. Oh, no, I didn't read it. Okay, I'll assume that it did actually say that there isn't anything new. Okay, foo.html. Sure, put foo.html in there. Okay. It does have suggestions. It starts by suggesting the doc type. It auto-completes it with also doc type HTML. That's good. It stops suggesting it once we have one. Good behavior. It does not suggest to us the HTML tag first, though. And when we close a tag, it auto-completes the closing tag as well. Which is sometimes it's something that you want, sometimes it's just an annoyance. But, okay. I can type body, press enter, and we also do get that. P. It's also suggesting closing the body, even though there's a closing body thing below, but I guess it's because we're right after it. Okay. Well, what if I do this? No complaints whatsoever. Oh, also, how did I get to having two of these guys? What if we do this? Why am I getting multiple cursors? Add cursor below. Oh, that's why. Because I... Oh, do I not have... Oh, you know what? I don't have Helix mode installed, I guess. I do have it. Then why am I not getting... I'm confused now. Okay, well, that's not our problem right now, though. Okay, let's see. What happens if we close the div and then... close the div. Yeah, oh my god, it's like auto completing stuff at random. And then we close the P. It's just not giving us diagnostics. Like, is it not a thing for LSP HTML LSPs to give you diagnostics? Do they never do this? This is still, I guess, maybe valid HTML in some sense. What if I do this? No complaints. It's absolutely perfectly good. There's also this thing that I don't like, where so you format a document, and when you format a document, you see that you have a body, then inside of it you have a div, and then inside of it you have a P. But then if you self-close the div, now the div is self-closing. So this is also another thing that is not according to spec. So this is the experience that you get from Visual Studio Code. It's not good. Why is Visual Studio Code not good? Like, isn't this pretty much the leading editor for this kind of stuff? So now you know who we should try now. We should try Z. Actually, I might have it already. Oh yeah, I actually do. Yeah, never mind. Didn't need to download it again. Okay, yeah, I opened a Zig code base a while ago. Let's check for updates. Probably there are. Click to restart. Let's see if they have Zig support out of the box now. You want to install the recommended Zig extension? Yes. Give me the Zig extension. Let's see how it is. Okay, we got syntax highlighting. That's good. But I'm actually not interested in this. So, like, let's do new window. And let's do save documents food. Actually, can I open food.html at this point? Nothing in recents. Okay. Jesus Christ. Can I? So the problem is that I ended up like, I assumed that double clicking it would like make me navigate into the folder, but instead we open the entire folder. So now like we basically asked to access a ton of stuff all at once. Oh man. Okay, so do we have foo.html? Man, guess what? I also got memed and there is no foo. There's a foo thing. And it's actually a folder. Foo.html. Oh, and it's also empty. Man, what a bargain. Would like to access files on a network volume. I don't know, I guess. Oh my god. Why are you allowing it though? Well, I mean, it's on me. Okay, sure, I could have said no, but in reality, it's just I opened a directory that isn't super big. It's like, it's an editor. now flash forward tomorrow. Turns out Zed is actually selling data to AI companies. I don't think so. So it should be fine. Am I not getting anything? Oh, I'm getting tags that get autocompleted. Okay. Okay. It's not really opinionated on which of these tags to do. Well, I'm guessing that then this just does not give you diagnostics. Oh, they're entangled. Okay. Oh, and this doesn't get syntax highlighted because it doesn't match anything. Okay, the fact that they're entangled is funny and interesting feature, not bad. I don't know if this can even be modeled in LSP. I think that what they're doing here is non-LSP. I think they have like an internal component. Like, if I remember correctly, Zed isn't like LSP first, right? Zed has its own stuff, and then I think it also has LSP support. I think it was added maybe at some point, but that's not their like main model for accessing. I don't know what to call it. Code tooling, code intelligence. Still, it's not giving you much. It's really not giving you much. Oh, let's see. I don't think there's an HTML LSP working there. Are you sure there's an LSP attached to that buffer? If you mean Visual Studio Code, no, you might be right. There might be that there isn't an LSP. But let me put it this way. I don't know how it is implemented specifically. If you've seen Visual Studio Code, so actually you wrote this at 5:18. I don't know if I was already in here or not, but Visual Studio Code was giving us some features, and I know that some of these features could also come from other things that aren't your LSP. Zed, yeah, Zed. No, I'm just looking at the out of the box experience. Like, okay, let me put it this way. Is there a HTML LSP that anybody here is using that they would recommend? Is there even a thing like that? Why give column photo access and so on? Because those are folders and files that are available in this subtree. That's why it was asking for it, and that's why it's like the photo folder. I mean, sure, you might not edit photo folders with an editor, but whatever. You're a bit of an educator and I feel let down. You just click allow on every request on a stream. Dude, you can do whatever the heck you want with your data, and I do whatever the heck I want with my data. Ultimately, I would say this is the real thing. That's the real education. It is reasonable to be to not want to give access to your data to random shitty startup software that's gonna sell your data. And I don't know, maybe you might not be super optimistic with regards to Zed, but man, it's an editor. It's an editor that I just forced into that position by opening a directory. It's like this thing is not being malicious. So sure, I could deny the thing. Then the one day I want to edit a file in the directory folder, this thing will get a permission denied by the system, and I will have to go fuzz in my config file, like in my system settings, to give it access to that folder. It doesn't matter. This is not what matters. Just had whatever has most likes. What has most likes? Let's go to github.com then, because I don't even know the name of one of these things. Emacs client temple. HTML LSP doesn't give LSP tools. Sublime LSP HTML. TS HTML plugin, the TypeScript LSP plugin to catch XSS vulnerabilities. HTML LSP for LabCE. This is another interesting thing because they are doing... These seem to be LSP servers, but they also mention a specific editor. So I'm guessing this Sublime thing could be a... This Sublime thing sounds like something that... it's like probably the Sublime LSP, the one that comes with Sublime, extracted as a standalone LSP so that you can use it from other editors. But these guys are weird. Uses VS Code HTML language server as a language server. Okay. What is it, the LabCE specific stuff then? Oh, you know what? That makes sense. I guess there might be some config files that are specific to a given editor. Although this has LabCE HTML. Okay, I'm not sure. So this is one thing. HTML code Intel, HTML Sublime for coding, Sublime code Intel LSP, plugin.py. Okay, so that's not for us either. Oh, I somehow opened the CSS GitHub topics thing. LSP-HTML. HTML support for Sublime's LSP plugin. Still Python stuff. Again, based on VS Code HTML language server. So they are still wrapping that thing. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Jose Lodev, how difficult is the learning curve in Z compare with Go or Rust? I heard that the learning curve in Go is not too much complicated. Okay, let me ask you one question in return, Joselo, so that you give me a bit of information extra and I will be able to give a better answer based on it. What is your experience? What have you done? Do you have experience working with, I don't know, Python, Ruby, JavaScript? Are you somebody who has like C, C++, development experience? Have you done embedded? Do you do backend? Do you do front end? So give me a little bit about your background, and maybe I can give you like an answer tailored to your experience, because as you can imagine, the learning curve depends on what previous experience you have. Not to say that you cannot make a more general statement, but you know, to give you a more useful answer, you tell me a little bit about yourself, and I'll tell you what my estimate is going to be for your specific case. So, does anybody have a HTML LSP to recommend? There isn't any. Like, there aren't. It's so weird. Or rather, the only one that have you seen, as you have seen, was mentioned a couple of times, was the Visual Studio Code LSP, which, by the way, I also have installed as an extracted LSP. So the before I configured Helix to use my LSP, it was by default using the unextracted version of the Visual Studio HTML LSP, and actually it wasn't great. I think it was also based on at least an old version, because it didn't even do things like, it was even more broken. Sorry, even more broken. It's not like the one in VS Code was broken, but the one that you get, the extracted Visual Studio LSP that you can use from Helix is broken. Like it obliterates the contents of your pre-tags, because it doesn't understand that pre-tags, that inside of pre-tags white space is meaningful. I know C++, Ruby, Elixir. Yes, I'm not sure if that's a thing. In any case, Ruby, Elixir, backend dev. Okay, awesome, thank you. So the learning curve in Zig, given your experience, I would say is not all that bad. The smoothest the smoothest learning curve is without a doubt Go, because Go is a high-level programming language. So you still have a garbage collector, you still have high-level constructs, but there isn't a ton of syntax. And in general, it's like you're kind of meant to program Go in a, let's just say, like a chill way. That said, if you have Elixir experience, you will probably find Go disappointing and off-putting, because Go has a poor man version, an extremely poor man's version of what you have in Elixir. So you will still have the ability to, you know, have I don't know, like processes that communicate via messages, and in Go that's done via Go routines and channels. But that's it. That's all you get. Everything else, like, I don't know, supervisor trees and stuff, that doesn't exist in Go. So yeah, Go has a super smooth learning curve from that perspective, but well, it comes with a cost in terms of like functionality that you can get out of the language, you can get from the language out of the box. When it comes to Zig and Rust, the story changes with Zig and Rust, because Zig and Rust are lower level than Go. Neither language has a garbage collector, so you need to be more aware of what's going on with memory, and that's usually a perspective shift that is a little bit uncomfortable. And I would even argue that it's a perspective shift that is not even worth worrying about unless you're willing to go all the full length and actually really start incorporating memory management in the design of your program. And that is a very different way of looking at the software compared to what you're doing in Elixir, for example. In Elixir, you're focusing on, well, you know, in backend dev, you have your services, they're going to blow up sometimes. And so you want to have them to be resilient, for example. And that's a very nice thing that Elixir gives you. When it comes to Zig, it's more like, I would say, like where it shines, right? Where it makes the most sense. Look at this terminal emulator, for example. This is called Ghosty. It's written by Michio Hashimoto in Zig, and it's amazing. But his focus was, first of all, being able to have this thing be multi-platform, so work the same way and feel native also on Mac, Linux, and Windows. Windows to come. Currently, I think it only supports Linux and Mac OS. And also, he wanted to have great performance, right? Terminal emulators. You have a bunch of terminals. You have a ton of history. You cat very fast running logging things, for example. So performance is important in terminals. And also you want them to be reliable. Like if you're running low on memory, you don't want your terminal emulator to crash because it runs out of memory. This is a knob that you just don't have in other languages, like, for example, Go and Elixir. In Go and Elixir, you don't have a way of saying, please allocate this array somewhere and let me know if it failed, because I have a strategy in that case. That's not something that you do, or even can do. So it's a different perspective. I would say that, for example, if you're a backend dev and you're looking for another language to do backend with, even though I said that Go might be disappointing for you, I would say Go is the most appropriate language of all the three that you mentioned. If you're instead looking to, do things on your own or expand your knowledge, and you want to, build native applications that are genuinely solid, you want to target embedded devices, you want to write WebAssembly, for example, then you might want to look into Zig and Rust. From my perspective, you said that you know C++. So the question at this point is, you know C++, but do you like C++? So if you like, for example, a lower level programming language, but it still uses a lot of abstraction and it tries to be, powerful, but it also adds complexity and obfuscates sometimes what's actually going on, it's a trade-off. So I'm not making it sound particularly appealing because I don't find it appealing, but it is a reasonable perspective to have. So if you use C++ and like C++, there are good chances that you will look at Rust as a improvement, like as in it's maybe you will lose some nice thing that you like to do in C++ because it's not going to be maybe as idiomatic in Rust. But I feel like that in general you will like Rust. If instead you understand the perspective that you know how sometimes, for example, Linux or Git, these are C projects, right? These are like, even though C++ exists, these are projects that have said, no C++. We have a different mindset. We have a different approach to these things. Or Redis, for example, we want to do pure C. In that case, then maybe it will be more to your taste. I would argue that trying to make an application that does not crash when you run out of memory is easier to do in Zig than in Rust. And more in general, you will find that dependencies written in Zig will understand this perspective more. Like your dependencies, like you find a third-party library, that third-party library will try, most probably, will try real hard to play nice with you, assuming it will not be an impediment in you trying to not crash when you run out of memory, for example. I suspect strongly that this is not as common in Rust. It is possible in Rust. People do it in Rust, totally. And I'm sure that some libraries that are like critical for certain things understand this perspective perfectly, but it is not as widespread as it is in Zig. I like C++. I'm trying to learn something different. I'm a bit tired to do web service or SQL. You know, common commercial apps. Yeah, that happens. Where do you get started on learning how to write a parser or LSP? Well, the factual answer is a parser. You just start writing one. Either come up with a language or take a language that already exists, sit down and think how you're gonna start making sense of it. Obviously, if you don't have any experience and you say, you know what, let's start with C++, you're not gonna go anywhere, obviously. But here's my suggestion. There's a lot of things, there are languages that aren't programming languages. So my suggestion, which is something that I did and was a great experience, is start with something like JSON. Write a JSON parser, and it doesn't have to be, you know, fully spec compliant. So find a subset of JSON that you find reasonable to tackle. So you could start maybe with, for example, with JSON that only has objects, so key values, numbers, booleans, maybe arrays, and you stop there. So you imagine even no strings, just to get started. And you write a parser for that. You will find that if you search for like parser how-to, you will find a bunch of instructions on the internet. But another thing that you can do is look at existing implementations. So for example, if you want to see something similar, this isn't exactly JSON, but an example is what I did with Ziggy lang.io. So okay, for the people who might not know, I'll take a step back and give some context. I'm doing all of this that I'm doing is because I'm writing a static site generator. My static site generator is somewhat similar to Hugo, but in some ways it's different, in some other ways it's better. In one critical way, it is worse. Namely, it's not done yet. so I don't have a better static site generator than Helix than Hugo today, but I've used it a bunch, and I wish that some things were different. So not necessarily better, but different. And some other things I wish they were better, and I am confident that I can do better. One thing where I want to be better is, for example, have a different templating language and a templating engine in general that can give you, that can tell you when you write, when you make a mistake writing HTML. Usually these tools don't tell you. Like I was looking at editors right now, they don't give you diagnostics for HTML. You build a static website using tooling like Hugo, and nobody cares that you have just outputted a horribly malformed HTML. It's on you to find that out in the browser while you inspect what you did. If you can figure it out, because, you know, sometimes the browser will like recover from weird stuff that you wrote in there. So like if you're just inspecting what like the render stuff, you might not even realize it right away. In any case, this is one dimension in which I do strongly believe you can have better. And so that's what I'm tackling. So as part of this work, then I had to make my static site generator, and I had to decide what to do with with the content, right? Usually the static site generators work off of the assumption that you have like, let's say a blog, just as a simple example. You have like blog posts written in Markdown, and then you have templates written in HTML, and then the static site generator let's say, merges the two together. So so I made the decision, at least for now, to use Markdown for my content because it's fine. Let's just say I have opinions also there, but let's just say for now it's fine. But then what do I do for the front matter, which is like the metadata that you put at the top of a Markdown file when using this kind of stuff? And the answer is, well, people usually use YAML. I am not going to use YAML. I hate YAML. I'm not writing a YAML parser, so no. So I started by using JSON, but it was like a temporary decision because that's what we had in the Zig standard library already available. So in the end, I ended up making my own language, which is a JSON replacement. Looks similar to JSON in some ways, different in some others. I do believe that I still have some things that I want to tweak. This is not like my final design, but what's interesting about it is, I'm tackling stuff like, I'll just mention one thing, just this one. One thing that I don't like about JSON is that, first of all, the syntax is bad and like it doesn't support trading commas, and that sucks. Have you looked at Ashidoc? I looked at all the alternatives for all this stuff, and they all seem to have issues, in my opinion, that ultimately they didn't seem suitable for, like, I'll just depend on this thing. Because they either don't have a C parser already implemented, or they look complicated, as in the syntax looks cute to write, but then if you think about writing a parser, then you have to write a parser that is like just as shitty as the Markdown one. I'm not saying this specifically of Ashidoc. ASCIIDoc or whatever. I actually don't remember specifically each one of them, but I did look into ASCIIDoc and all the common ones. And some are great, but they just don't tackle what I want. In any case, so I made this tiny language that I'm going to use in my static site generator. And one thing that I like about changing the syntax is that I don't like how in HTML you have these key value pairs where sometimes the keys are part of a schema and you are expected to if you have a package.json and you don't call these thing dependencies, if you don't call these thing dependencies, then npm will not download these dependencies. This has to be called dependencies. But then what you put in there instead, it's not part of the JSON schema. Like these names in here, well, they have to match with existing packages, but like it's more like they're not defined by the schema of this file. It's a different thing. They are controlled by the user. And so in Ziggy, basically what I did was make a distinction between keys that are part of a schema versus keys that are defined by the user. So in this example here up top, you can see that there's this idea of a command with a payload, and the command has the mandatory fields use the dot something equals syntax, but then extra, it's kind of like extra metadata that is like up to the user and not doesn't have to match any schema, at least according to this example. And so you have to use the different, you can use this different syntax, which, by the way, all this stuff makes sense because there's also a schema language that allows you to define schemas. In any case, I don't want to get too much into this. This is its own tiny Pandora's box. Is it faster than JSON? I don't know, not necessarily, but not implemented yet, but certainly planned, is the idea to have a binary serialization format. So since we have schemas, the idea is that, sure, you can specify a document in text mode using the text format, but then you can also use a binary representation. And the binary representation is more efficient because, for example, doesn't require you to escape strings because they can be length prefixed. And for example, for structs, it can omit field names because, yeah, you know what they are. Basically the idea is that if you have a schema, then you can also have a binary representation, and the binary representation should be faster than text-based JSON. Yes. In any case, this is another thing. Point being, I did this work here, and this was great. So if you're trying to learn how to write a parser and LSP and everything else, start by looking into maybe implementing something for a data serialization language like JSON or similar, and then work your way up in complexity. Instructions on the internet are mostly incorrect. A parser is not special and just like any other piece of code. There are certainly some patterns when it comes to parsing that usually tend to be good suggestions. For example, it's not a bad idea usually to have a tokenizer that takes your source code, like your bytes as input, and returns tokens, and then have another thing that consumes tokens and builds a more structured representation, and that's what you normally use the parser, and the more structured representation is called the AST. So I would say these are pretty good ideas to have in your mind, but yes, there is some variability. I'm writing the my HTML thing now, and according to the HTML spec, the tokenizer is a weird beast. They recommend you write a tokenizer in a very weird way, and which is actually working out for me, even though I was extremely skeptical in the beginning. So this is like the answer to this question. Like, just sit down and try your hand at something, and don't go for something super complicated. Find something simpler, data serialization language, and something similar. And yeah, what is your preferred language for writing REST APIs? For writing REST APIs, I don't know. For doing webby shit, I would say Go at the moment. Zig is getting there, but it's not exactly there yet. And for me, Go is what I'm used to. I could see maybe at some point trying my head at something like Elixir or Gleam. I would most probably try Gleam, honestly. So something on the OTP. But yeah, that's what I personally prefer. I think all the editors I used only use something like IntelliSense for HTML, not a full-fledged LSP. I'm not sure what the distinction would be between IntelliSense and LSP in this sense, like in terms of like power of what they can give you. Because I mean, diagnostics, when you have like a mismatch tag, again, I don't know exactly what IntelliSense entails specifically, but I would imagine IntelliSense that if you really wanted, I would expect an IntelliSense thing to also be able to pull it off. Are you planning to use some existing library to write your parser LSP, or are you writing the entire thing from scratch? So my HTML parser is a building block for my template engine, and actually my template engine already works, but it uses 3-seater as the HTML parser, and that's what I want to get rid of, because 3-seater doesn't give me ASTs that I can make sense of when there is malformed HTML. So by taking control over the parsing phase, I can have a control. Like the diagnostics that I can already produce with my current parser are better than what I've been able to write to get out of 3-seater already. I don't know why exactly this is the case, because generally 3-seater is considered, the right tool for, malformed data, that kind of stuff, but I don't know. It just doesn't do what I want. So yeah. And here I thought 3-seater was the best. I think it's great in many ways, but so this is the second LSP that I'm writing, because the first LSP that I wrote was for Ziggy. So I wrote an LSP for Ziggy. And then, so the story is, I wrote the templating language. Then I started replacing JSON with my thingy. And so I wanted to do all the tooling for it. So I made a CLI tool that gives you formatting, querying, checking against the schema, conversion, LSP. This is not all 100% implemented, but there is like FMT works, query is a to-do, check works, converts some formats to some other formats. Not everything is implemented yet, but the LSP works. And as I was working on this stuff, I started thinking, oh wait, I don't just want diagnostics like error messages when you build. I also want those in the editor, and so I tried, and 3-seater gives you weird trees that completely lose structure, and it makes it real hard for you to know what to complain about, in my opinion. Yeah, it definitely depends on what it is that you want to do. That's for sure. Absolutely. 3-seater is an incremental parser generator tool, not an LSP. Well, yeah, an LSP, the P in LSP doesn't stand for parser. An LSP is a more complicated product that you build on top of a parser. Like you need to have a parser that parses the language, and then you analyze what you got out of it. So any errors that you got out of the parser, any, I don't know, thing that is missing in the AST or something, and that's how you produce diagnostics. The point is, in this specific case, that the type of parsing that Tricitter does, it's not, it doesn't seem to work particularly well for the use case of outputting diagnostics. And if you think about it, it's actually not that surprising, because editors use Tricitter for syntax highlighting, but they never use Tricitter for diagnostics. So if in an editor you're using Tricitter to get syntax highlighting and maybe code movement, and you write something that doesn't parse out correctly, you will get maybe the red syntax highlighting from Tricitter. So your editor will highlight that a piece of code didn't pass correctly from Tricitter, but it will never underline it from Tricitter. It will always expect something else to provide the diagnostic. LSPs use a parse output, usually AST produced by something like Tricitter, right? Well, you can implement the LSP however way you want, but in practice, yes, you parse the thing that you want to produce diagnostics for, and yes, you can use Tricitter, although in my experience, Tricitter doesn't work particularly well for that use case. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are LSPs out there that use Tricitter behind the scenes. But then either it happens to work with a specific language well. But one thing that you could do with Tricitter is, depending on how you structure a grammar, because Tricitter is a parser generator, right? So you feed to Tricitter a grammar, and then Tricitter produces the actual parser implementation. So depending on how you express your grammar, there might be probably some ways that are more or less, let's say, diagnostic friendly. So maybe if you know Tricitter well and you know what is the style of grammar that makes it produce good diagnostics, at least for certain languages, then maybe you could pull it off. But in general, I would say it's not a great fit. Okay, so I think I was answering some questions. So, existing library. Sorry. Yeah, last thing. For the LSP, I am using an existing library, but it's an existing library that I have in my repo. It's called Zig LSP Kit. So basically, this is the all the LSP boilerplate code that was implemented for ZLS. So it wasn't implemented by me. It was implemented by other people in the Zig community for the Zig language server. But this is basically that same code with the Zig programming language specific logic removed. And so you can basically provide callbacks for your specific language, and all the LSP protocol boilerplate is handled for you. So long story short, my HTML LSP, I can show you some of the code. It has an LSP file, and the LSP file imports my LSP kit. Here I'm just naming it LSP, but this is like my dependency. And then what you implement is a handler. So you basically can instantiate a new server based on your handler, and your handler needs to just have the right callbacks. So initialize, where it returns all the like capabilities that you want to offer, and then you have callbacks for whenever a new document gets opened, which means that we want to load that file, and then completion whenever somebody's asking us to provide completions, which right now, as you can see, it's hard-coded to not provide any. Go to definition, hover, references, formatting, etc. So I am not writing from scratch all the communication protocol boilerplate, because it's boring as fuck, to be honest. And we already have one good implementation, so this has been great for me. And if you want to write an LSP in Zig, I strongly suggest you follow the same approach. Okay, so I think I answered this question fully. Why Zig? Why Zig and there is Rust already? Well, that's a good question. Is there Rust already? I guess yes, there is Rust already. Why Zig? I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it because of the types? I guess this was a question. This was like in reply to why I'm using like Go, and I'm thinking of Go and Glim for backend, and I'm guessing I didn't say JavaScript. Is it because of the types? Yes. I don't want to use JavaScript in the backend anymore. Well, I used to do JavaScript. I used to write Node.js stuff, but then everything that I did with Node.js over time got replaced by Go implementations because it's just more convenient. I also like Go's deployment story. Like you can make a web service as a single executable in Go, and you just chuck that into the server, and you don't even need an HTTP reverse proxy in front of it. You can just expose that HTTP server to the internet, and it's fine. So that's really good. I don't know many people writing audio software in Zig. I think I remember reading Andrew was building a digital audio workstation before Zig. Yeah, he was, but then this project is frozen, and I think it will be a while before he gets to go back to it. Yes, I know that there are some people who are writing, DSP plugins. No, DSP. Is it DSP? DST? DST plugins? In any case, audio plugins for audio tuning, audio editors. And I know that there is a VST. Oh, thank you. Yeah, VST. That's what I wanted. Sorry. You caught me. I'm not an expert of this stuff, but I've used some of these plugins. And somebody's writing them in Zig. Yes. I also know that there is a, what's it called? Vice. With a double B, I think. I forget. Oh, right. WWWise. So I know that this is like a very popular system used by video game development to add audio to games. And I know that there is Zig bindings for it because somebody who actually used to work at this company wrote them. So there's that. I don't know if you had anything else. Yeah, I know that DSP is in general, it's not right, but it's BST that I had in mind. Sorry. In any case, yeah, that's the kind of stuff. So I can't think of any, huge, super impactful project, but at the same time, for this kind of stuff, Zig is obviously a good fit. I guess the only problems when it comes to like VST plugins is that if I remember correctly, these things require you to basically implement a COM interface, which it's like, I don't know, seems not fun, but you can do it. I guess it's just like you can have something that does the LSP boilerplate. You can probably find that does something that does the COM boilerplate for you, I guess, at least to some degree. So, yeah. You could use an HTML parser from Lexbor. I don't know. That sounds like a parser generator. I am not interested in parser generators. I want to write this thing myself from scratch. Okay. So, we looked at Zed. Zed doesn't do much. We looked at Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code doesn't do much. I don't know. What else should we look into? People who have Vim. Does Vim or NeoVim give you anything better than this stuff? Oh, also, sorry, I lost this. I forgot this message. I remember seeing TJ using some library in OCaml that lets you define grammar and generate a beastie AST. I wonder if something like that is present in Zig. Yes, it is. These things are called parser generators, or maybe even, I don't know, parser combinators. Oh, no, you know what? These are two different things. A parser combinator takes tiny parsers and combines them together. A parser generator takes a grammar and gives you a parser. So, no, we don't have a parser generator. I can't think of any tool that takes in a grammar and produces a parser, but I don't want to go that route because this is ultimately the problem that 3-seater has. 3-seater is this type of tuning, which is very handy, like extremely handy, but it has a downside that you lose control over the parsing process. So I can show you. Let's go to GitHub. I can show you I can show you the Ziggy stuff that I wrote. So for Ziggy, I also hand wrote my own parser, but if you want to have syntax highlighting, you need to write a 3-seater parser because everybody uses 3-seater. Like for example, here, you see how you're getting syntax highlighting for my Ziggy file format? The reason why you're seeing syntax highlighting here is because I have a 3-seater grammar with, I have a 3-seater grammar for it, and that's what I'm using for the syntax highlighting. So, look at the 3-seater Ziggy thing and how it works. And basically, yeah, this is it. So you write your grammar with rules, and you basically say how something is structured. So, for example, a struct could have a name, which is optional. So it might be there or might not be there. Then there's an opening curly, and then there's a comma separated sequence of fields. So there's like a field, then maybe a comma, and then another one, or maybe there's a no comma, and that's where it ends. And then there can also be comments. And so this is the grammar. So you feed this to 3-seater. So what you're describing, like, sorry, my point is, I guess, 3-seater is an example of what you're describing. And the problem is that it's like the action is at a distance, in a sense. It's like you don't have direct control over the parser behavior. You have control over how you express the grammar. So you could tweak how you express the grammar, and that will potentially cause changes in how the parser gets generated. But, you know, it's harder when there's a big difference, right? Between you being able to manipulate the thing directly versus only being able to do so through a complicated mechanism that you don't even fully know. So it's not an approach that really works well if your goal is to have the parser also be good for diagnostics and LSP. Also, last thing, LSP needs like parsers that can recover from errors, because generally speaking, you want the parser in an LSP to be able to report more than one diagnostic at a time. So yeah, Lexboard is not a parser generator. Oh, what? Lexboard is not a parser generator. It's a browser engine. You can use its HTML parser provided as a module. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. That is interesting. Still not okay. I'm sorry. That sounds interesting, but still that's not what I want. Because a browser HTML parser needs to accept input that I want to reject. So, yeah. Let me give you an example, maybe. So check this out. So in HTML, this is actually correct. So like in the HTML parser that you would want to write for a browser where the browser has to be spec compliant to AT, the browser is expected to analyze this and conclude that this is an H1 tag that is implicitly closed when it sees that there's this div closing thing. Actually, the same applies to body, although I don't know if body is one of those tags. Like only some tags can be implicitly closed, but some can, and I believe H1 is one of them. I'm fairly certain. So for the I haven't seen the Lexboard thing myself, but I would expect Lexboard to be HTML spec compliant, and so it would have to accept this. But I don't want to accept this. I want to mark this as an error. This is one example. There are other situations where I want to branch away from the actual HTML spec. Won't do anything out of bound for diagnostics unless you install an LSP of your choice. I see. So NeoVim either would, like you would have to have an LSP for this. This is what TJ was using. Let's take a look. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. So what we have in Zig is Mecha. which I said it's not a parser generator, it's a parser combinator. Like in my brain, pattern matched it, but it's different. So this is a parser combinator, which means that you do write a parser that accepts some things, and then you can combine these things together to create a bigger parser that has that decides in which sub parser to go. Ultimately, Tricitar also does the same. It's just more sophisticated, I believe, in that regard. Like there are some like a parser combinators are cute, but there are some limits in what you can express with them. It's like this is all stuff that it's like it's the basic boring theory language theory stuff. That depending on the nature of the language, some things you can pull off with these things, some things you cannot, and you need something different, etc., etc. In any case, it's all cool. So what do I want to do now? Let's do some coding. Let's do some coding and let's fix our crashes so that we can actually so that I can actually have something to show, right? For when I complain about things being broken. So this causes a crash because there's an assertion, there's an assumption that is actually invalidated by this code, which is interesting. So let's take a look at this. This is even more interesting than hitting a to do. So in my AST, we have this assert that says, oh, this is saying, okay, this is a comment. Let's take a look at the current thing. The current thing is going inside something, and we expect this something to not have children. Last question, what about using ZLS? VS Code, LDB. Sorry, what is your question? So, okay, I am using right now ZLS. So like I can go to definition, and that's powered by ZLS, for example. Or I can do tell me what this is. Tell me what assert is. And these docs that I'm seeing them because of ZLS. So I'm using it. Like, is your point to debug this in the editor using like ZLS plus an in editor debugger? Or like you're asking for? Okay, you know what? I'll let you actually specify what it is that you're asking. Okay, so turns out that we're trying to get inside something that actually does have children. Why are we trying to get in something? Because we're doing current.direction, and current.direction tells us that we want to go in. It's a type of thing that we want to go in. The problem is, wait, why is current... Why are we in the current node? Why is the current node something that has already a child? And the answer is, okay, when I originally wrote this, I assumed that if we're trying to get inside an element, it's because we're doing a clean pass. But the error recovery strategy for when things close weirdly is that we could land at a point where the current node is a previous node that, yes, already has children, and we actually want to append at the end of those children. Holy shit, that is so annoying. Man. Yeah, that could happen. That could happen not only here, but it could happen everywhere we try to do this. And the problem is that if this thing has more than one child, well, if it has children, then we can't prepend. We would need to append, which means navigating the list of children, because we don't have the last children ID saved. We could add it to the AST, I guess, but I'm trying to keep the AST nodes small. I was asking about generating LSP output from ZLS and feed that into your templating language, if that's what you're trying to do. ZLS is HTML parser. That doesn't sound fun. Yeah. HTML or XHTML? HTML. HTML5 for now. So the weirder one. But with some simplifications, because it's not a browser. It's like I'm writing it for an LSP, so for developer tooling, and so I have the luxury of considering errors things that browsers are expected to accept. It's a design choice, obviously, but like, for example, if you leave a tag open and you don't close it, I'll complain that your tag needs to be closed. So do you support BR or only BR/? Well, with XHTML, I would only support the second one. With HTML5, I should support the first one, and then according to the HTML spec, the second one is incorrect, but for the spec suggests that you should ignore the trailing slash. But in my case, what I think I will do is instead return it as an error, saying I will say that BR is not a tag that can be self-closed. That's what I'm thinking. Although, you know, this is not the particularly interesting part. I think the more interesting part is the ability to like have diagnostics whenever you have like mismatching tags, that kind of error, which apparently editors tend to not have diagnostics for HTML, which is surprising and weird. So that's the more interesting stuff that I want to explore. I reckon ZLS has an inbuilt LSP server which you can start and you can listen for your files or content via STD in. Yeah, that code I have already copied. So I am already depending on that code. And I have already implemented most of the LSP stuff. So I just have to implement the logic for HTML specifically. So that's what I'm working on mainly. So for example, this crash has to do with our parser and the way in assumptions that we have when building an HTML AST. And this panic was triggered by me editing this HTML file, because this HTML file is using my LSP, and so my LSP was analyzing the code and crashed. Yeah, I'm doing it for HTML, exactly. So the problem is, so here what's happening is, okay, let me try and see if I can recreate this specifically. We have this tag. We see that this tag doesn't match anything. So we go all the way up. Oh no, actually we're not at P. We're at foo. We're at foo. It's a text node. We're trying to match this guy, but we ignore it because foo doesn't, it's a text node, doesn't need closing tags. So we look at P, doesn't match, doesn't match, doesn't match, doesn't match. This becomes a unmatched, like a erroneous tag. So we ignore it and we resume, assuming that we're back to here. Oh yeah, why do we return here? We should actually be returning here. No. Okay, that's okay. You know what? That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Yes, I'm writing one, but I also earlier I was also looking at what is out there already to see what people are using. And so this is is this actually it? Is this what I'm using? Just got HTML language service. Okay, you know what? Let's take a second to explore this thing a little bit. So hx health HTML. Right now it's configured to use my my LSP. Actually, I think I can just commit this. Okay, now this is by default using VS Code HTML language server, which I have installed, but it is not this guy. It's not this guy. Also, this guy has TypeScript code in it. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense because you run this thing through npm. No matter what. Okay, in any case, if I try to open this with that text editor, things are weird because that text editor is just not good. Check this out, for example. So if I format, it will format, and that's fine. But then check this out. So first of all, it doesn't give me diagnostics. And then check this out. Free. So in case you're not familiar, free is the type of tag where white space, inside of which white space is meaningful. So for example, this new line, it will be rendered as a new line. So whenever you put code samples in a web page, it goes inside pre-tags because that at that point, spaces and new lines will be rendered as they are. So if I format, look, it just introduced a bunch of spaces that weren't there. And it will basically, this change that it just did will obliterate your pre-tags, and it's super bad. But the actual Visual Studio Code HTML behavior is not this. Like the HTML thing will respect pre-tags. So this guy that I have here is real bad. That said, let's remove this stuff. Brew, uninstall, VS Code, Brew remove. I just don't have auto completion for this stuff. Okay. I don't remember what the name of this thing is. Yeah, did you mean VS Code lang servers extracted? Yes. Actually, can we first update it? VS Code lang servers. Wait, is this an... Oh my god, okay, I know what it is. Sorry. Okay, wait. Which brew? Oh, it's actually the same. Okay. It's been a while since I used brew. And at some point I had two brews, one that was for x86 and one for ARM. Long story. It's a Mac moment. Wait, how do I not have these? So where is this shit? Wait, what? Is there like a list of what I have installed? Okay, brew install VS Code lang servers. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I think I remember. Possible conflicting files are... Yeah, you know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. I installed this stuff through npm, but npm was installed through brew, And so npm stuff goes inside of the brew subdirectory for some reason. I guess this is how this thing was set up. I just remembered now. Okay, let's see. Is this any better? Okay, no, still shitty behavior. I'll update the npm version at this point. Let's see what npm does. Not great. Yeah, okay, that was it. Though we are definitely touching the right thing, because now that I uninstalled it, we don't have it anymore. So what about this guy? Will installing this thing actually give me what I want? Somehow I suspect that installing this thing will not give me what I'm hoping for. Because this is looking for VS Code HTML language server, not language service. And while the name of this repo doesn't necessarily have to match the name of the executable that gets installed, I suspect this is not exactly the same thing. I kind of suspect that you need a wrapper around this. Well, we can try to install it and see what happens, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't provide the executable that Helix expects. So I would have to tweak what Helix wants. It's annoying, honestly. It's annoying, and I'll just stay like this at this point. But you know what? Actually, I will reinstall this stuff, but obviously for HTML, I'm not gonna use this stuff. I'm gonna use my own. Okay, so I would say we had fun. This was an interesting exploration. Okay, so let's continue looking at our stuff. And the parser is handwritten. Yes, I assume recursive descent. That is a good question. Let me see what makes a parser recursive descent specifically. But I don't have any recursion here. I have a for loop. Actually, you know what? I think the answer is yes. It's just that I use the AST itself as state. So basically, okay, you know what? You tell me. I'll describe briefly how it works, and then you tell me if that counts as recursive descent. So I start by creating a root node. I keep a pointer to it, calling it current, and then I grab tokens. And as I grab tokens from the tokenizer, whenever there's a start tag, for example, I attach a new node. Well, I create a new node and I attach it to the AST in the correct position, and then I consider this new node my current node, and There we go again. New token, new blah, blah, blah. Is this recursive descent? You tell me. I guess maybe. Yes. You know what? I'll find a definition in any case. You don't think so? Okay, let's see. Recursive descent parser. It's a kind of top-down parser. Mine is a top-down parser. Built from a set of mutually recursive procedures, where each sub-procedure implements one of the non-terminals of the grammar. Oh, yeah, no, it's not. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Predictive parser is a recursive descent parser that does not require backtracking. So yeah, no, I don't think this is it. But I mean, this is for HTML, so it doesn't need to be super complicated. It's a fairly simple parser. Okay, so yeah, there was this assumption that we would always get into a node that does not have children. While looking at the current direction. Why does current direction says in though? What is current in this context? Because I think what's happening is that we're counting this as a comment. And as such, we should be inside foo. And foo direction shouldn't say in. Yeah. Text says after. So what is saying in that case? Something that is missing a clause. There is something that is missing a clause. It's P. But why are we in P? We should not be in P. We should be in foo. With recursive descent, you'd probably have a function to parse a tag. If the function finds a new token, it calls itself again with the remaining tokens. I guess if the function finds a new tag. Well, in any case, no, this is not structured like this. Some of it is structured based on the HTML spec. Like the HTML spec gives you actually, you know, I'll look into it. I'll show you maybe in a bit what the HTML spec looks like. Because I will probably have to reference it in a moment. I just need to figure out this thing first. So I think this is a bug because if we are in foo, if the current is foo, then we should not be trying to get inside of foo. Foo is a text node. There's no inside. If we were inside of P, then yes, we would be interested. But we should not be trying to get inside of P with foo already there. Like this doesn't match my expectation. So let's add some debug printing and see what's going on. So let's take a look at where the heck even are we? Actually, I can do lock. Okay, this should give us something. Build the LSP. Reload it. Recrash. What are we looking at? We're looking at an element. Why are we centered on an element? We're at node index 4, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are we not centered on foo? So somehow we are not centered on foo. Got a parse error here. That's fine. But why are we not centered on foo though, man? Let's print the node type. So apparently we are logging some stuff. So we're logging the token, but okay, so we're in an element here. Let's take a look at other AST prints. Where are we? Current tag is element. There's so much garbage in there. Let's make this thing nicer. So we're printing a string, and here we're doing tag name. There we go. Okay, current tag is element. Where's current tag equals text? At some point we should be doing current tag equals text. There we go. Yeah, node 5, current tag text. Tokenizer does some stuff. We find arst and we try to match P with arst. Yes. And that obviously doesn't work. Then we try to match div with arst and that doesn't work either. Then we try to match body, that doesn't work either. Then we try to match HTML, that doesn't work either. And so we conclude that this guy is it's a bad tag. But then we are returning to 4. We are not returning to 5. So this is the problem. So when we restore state, there you go. I introduced this bug when I made this change. But I did it for a reason. There was another situation where this seemed to make sense. Okay, that's our bug. That's a bug. That's our bug there. And now it doesn't crash anymore, and now it gives us the correct complaint. Erroneous end tag, invalid first character of tag name. Interesting. So this one though, oh no, that makes sense. Erroneous end tag, then body closes this body, which in turn means that this guy loses everything. But why did I... Oh, right. The reason why we were not getting these errors before is because since we never close the tag, we assume that this is weird text inside of a tag. And so we never see a closing body. But then if there was one here, then yes. Now we do recognize that if this is a valid body. Okay, so this is good. This is good behavior. Okay. This is good behavior. So what do we want to have this thing do next? I don't know. It would be nice to trigger another crash, but I don't know how. Oh, also for the people watching. So for the people who are new watching this, check out this feature. Man, I should have demoed this earlier. Wait, what? Body missing end tag. What do you mean? Uh-oh. Why? What? Oh no. Man, squash one bag. another one comes out. Why is it going insane? Why do you think this is a missing end tag? I think I've introduced some horrible bug. So you know what? I suspect that this change that I made here has probably the reason why this stuff was below here is because it made other things simpler, I guess. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. It made things simpler, but it introduces a bug. So this for sure cannot go there. This has to stay here because we need to return to the original thing. So let's inspect, let's analyze what happens in this case that makes this thing go out of whack. Man, I wanted to demo a feature. I can't. I need to fix this first. Okay, you know what? Very briefly, I'll demo a feature and then, so let me reintroduce the buggy behavior, which is mostly okay, but just bug in a corner case. Okay, just to have this stuff work briefly. Okay, check this out. Check what I have that other things don't have. Okay, you know how sometimes you do, you know, ID equals something. Then you have, I don't know, class. Oh no, you're using Tailwind, so now you have a ton of things like this, right? So you have a ton of classes in here. And then you have maybe a style thing. So at some point you had so many attributes that you kind of wish to align them vertically. So check this out. In my thing, you put a space here. Placing a space here asks the auto formatter to align these guys vertically. Removing the space puts them back in a horizontal fashion. That's another piece of technology that I have implemented in this HTML LSP that clearly you're not getting from other editors. So let's go solve this mystery. Okay, why are we assuming that there's a missing end tag here? But also, why are we doing this? So like here, end tag should like succeed right away. Okay, I think I get it. What's happening is that we're doing this. Whenever we find a match, so this should stay here. Okay, I get it. I think I remember now. I think I remember now what this was. I think I now remember. So we find a name tag, and then as long as we're not at the root node, we grab the name of the current node and we test it. So is this do they have the same name, as in like do they match? If they match, then we find a match, and then we're saying, okay, any node. Oh, right, we are complaining here unconditionally. Oh no, right, understandably we should complain only if it's not closed. If Parser dot is closed, well, it's not closed, then yeah, we complain. I would even say, now let me think for a moment. What if the original one is closed? What if we find a closed one? Do we keep iterating? I don't know. Well, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think we, in any case, this should be enough. Let's see. Oof. Oh, there we go. Now it's not going insane anymore. And now this works. Now this works. This is saying, well, yeah, this HTML matches this HTML, and that's fine, but this leaves this body unclosed, and this body doesn't match. And now we're good. Woof! Back in business. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know, let's do some more work. So for example, things that I'm missing in the tokenizer. I miss full knowledge of all void tags. So let's do it. I'm almost thinking that what we want here is like a comp time hash map, maybe even. Oh, we don't have it here? Or where is it? Is it in meta, maybe? Hash method. No, it's not in meta. I guess we don't have it anymore. I guess we don't have that type anymore anywhere. Okay, fine. We keep using this same logic. Okay, let's take a look at the HTML spec. Okay, let's see where the void tags are defined. Ah, oh, nice. I can collapse the sidebar. We don't want bogus, we want void. Void elements, that's what they call them. Okay, void elements. Area, base. Okay, these are the guys. So let's copy this link, copy this list, sorry. Okay, whew. Select. What? What if I press W? Oh, that means literal value. So if I select comma. That works. Append a new line. Not bad. We'll have maybe 3 per line. Zig FMT. Let's go. Okay, so we have all the void tags. This is good. So more things that we need to do. There's still a ton of to-dos. We were hitting a to-do a while ago. I just don't remember anymore. Like, I need to stumble upon it. Also, maybe we should do some fun testing at some point of this thing. Other things that we want to do. Oh, you know what we want to do also? These diagnostics have bad locations, right? We were... Oh, yeah. So one was this, I think. So class equals ours, but then this never closes. And then the diagnostic location is like at the very end of the file. But no, we should... For this case, for example, UF in attribute value, everything should be an error starting from this quote. So let's go implement this. So EOF in attribute value, yeah, now it's just the end, but no. Let's start from before that. Utter state dot quote, that's a type of quote, dot start. Dot start. That should be it. Okay, let's take a look at how this looks like. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. That's much more like it. Yeah, that's good. Also this EOF in tag, it's not that great, so let's do better. Every time, I think that every time we return an EOF in tag, we cannot just be centered on the EOF. We need to give more context to this thing. So let's do this. Tag state dot start L bracket let's do start. Self-closing start tag. Where's my state though, dude? Here. Does this thing have any state? This is void. So unfortunately, this guy self-closing start tag doesn't keep track of anything. How, man? Expected solidus in tag. This was not. This is like a code path that's not used. Okay, you know what? Let's leave it as is for now. Maybe we can put a to do. Bitch, what you got good? It's always as good as it gets, even throughout all the mess and regrets, piled cigarettes and the rest. All you got's every before attribute name. So before attribute name means that we are in a tag. We're in a tag. We found a space, so we expect an attribute name. And then we expect either an attribute name or a closing tag. But then we get to the end of everything. So we never get to anything good. I would also say that this shouldn't just say UF in tag. This should also say, like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, why? This is actually weird because, wait a second. Why is this reporting this? This should be complaining at the very least a little bit about what these bytes here. Like, even before hitting an EOF in tag, like, why were you fine with these bytes? Like, why didn't you think that this was actually closing this, for example? So let's take a look at what happens here. So we are in before attribute name, and we see. So if we see a space, we don't care. If we see a slash, we change state to before attribute value. Okay, you know what, this is an interesting point. So I can reason about this stuff myself, and that's what I usually do to see what the behavior should be. But we shouldn't forget that there's also the HTML spec. And some things we want to do our own way to obtain the behavior that we want, but some things, or especially when it's not immediately clear what even is the behavior that we want, and I'm actually not 100% sure here. I find this sus, but I'm not sure about the implications. So let's refer to the HTML spec, because the HTML spec does have this info. So we can say that we are in, where is it? Before attribute name state. Oh, none of these things helps. After underscore tag, is that a thing? No. Ask a question. I'm an AI model. What? Dude, I don't want to ask. I want to search. What was it? Bogus comment. No, don't say no matches, man. Stop fucking lying to me. Oh, it was in a different page. Okay, that explains it. Okay, I ended up in a different page. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. Oh, there we go. This is what I was looking for. So we are in the before attribute name state. So before attribute name state. Before attribute name. There we go. This is what we are supposed to do. So if we see tab, line feed, form feed, or space, we ignore the character. And this is what's already happening. So like, you know what? Here's also what I wanted to do. I want to copy this. And this is the behavior here. And that's what I want to do. Oh, right. So this is following the spec. Solidus greater than sign and EOF reconsume the character after attribute name state. I think that this is not according to spec, the behavior here, because EOF is done here. That sends us to state EOF while greater than sign. Where's the greater than sign stuff? That sends us back to state data. Oh, you know whose fault this might be? I think it might be mine. I think I've done that. Reconsume in the after attribute name state. Do we even have after the attribute name? We have before attribute value, and I think that before attribute value is our after attribute name. Yeah, this is where things implemented by Johnny are not 100% mapping the spec. So unfortunately, I think that for me, it's going to be easier if we try to get closer to it, if we can. It's going to be easier to keep track of things. So let's change before attribute value to after attribute name. Uh-oh, ZLS wasn't able to perform the operation. Okay, we'll figure it out. In any case, yeah, here we are doing different things and we shouldn't be doing different things. I want to return this token. That's a customization that I made. That is fine. But we're setting state to data, and I don't think that's what we want. Okay, so this needs to do this. I'm gonna just remove this branch, and EOF also should be like this. So let's follow this spec to a T. Oh, okay. So what about equal sign and other things? Equal sign. This is an expected equal sign before attribute name parse error. Yeah, but it's to do. Okay, so we can implement this. Return token equals this is it. So this is what we return. Why do I keep clicking there? What else do we need to do? Start a new attribute in a current tag token. Set that attribute's name to the current input character and its value to the empty string. Switch to the new attribute name state. Okay. Start a new attribute in the current tag token. Set that attribute's name to the current input character and its value to the empty string. Switch to the attribute name state. Okay, this is what we want to switch to, attribute name state. That's at the very least the part that I understand. I don't remember what goes in there. What goes in there? Oh, okay, just the starting thing. Which I guess the starting byte is then we said the current byte. So okay, I guess. I guess this is it. Let's copy over. Okay. We need to create one this type of error. What? You cannot create a token with parse error? Yeah, parse error. Oh, we'll see what's wrong there. Okay, so this is nice. This is mostly according to spec. Final branch. Anything else? Start a new attribute in the current token. Set that attribute name and value to the empty string. Reconsume in the attribute name state. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so this seems correct. Oh, I should also paste for these guys. I should also paste what you are supposed to do. I didn't paste what you are supposed to do. How are you going to test your parser is accurate? This is the problem. I don't want my parser to be perfectly accurate to the HTML spec. So I want to follow the HTML spec in many ways, but I also want to diverge from it on occasion. So that's a complicated question. The good news is that in any case, since it is an LSP, right, for your editor, it's not that important that we are perfectly aligned. So like, even if how can I say? So, okay, let me put it this way. I think the answer to your question is, what I want to do is do some fuzzing so that to see that this thing doesn't crash because of, assumptions that are not, that don't hold. Like false invariants, basically. But other than that, what I will do to try and be true to the what I'm doing to be true to the spec is to copy paste parts of the spec and check and like follow their same structure. Like, I'm not implementing this thing in a completely different way and kind of hoping that it ends up matching the behavior, but I'm instead following what it says step by step. But in certain cases, I will want to disalign myself on purpose by design. And so, for example, that means that probably, standardized test suites might be less useful to me than they might be for others. That's kind of the idea. I think that this approach is already, though, pretty good. Like, you do everything that they say, and the fact that you write it in a comment doesn't guarantee that the thing does exactly what it's saying, but it helps keep track of things. It helps keep track of how faithful you want to be, or you're being, basically. Well, for example, as you can see here, this is slightly different because of how we express things, but should be fine. Also, this is saying before attribute value, but then there's a begin and an end that we pass in. We can see it in the after attribute name. Oh, right, there's also this problem. This is calling after attribute name what we call before attribute value. That's also interesting. I think the spec link to The sections was / is a huge boon in Ladybird source code. Do we even have this? I think in our case it's not all that interesting. Oh yeah, there are links. So we could, in theory, I guess. Yeah, this guy. I guess we could, but you know what? Fuck it. Okay, let's do it. I'll take the suggestion. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, let's go rename this freaking thing. Where is it? After attribute name. So before attribute value, we want to rename to... Actually, undo. Search for it. After attribute name. There we go. Wait, what about where we define these states? Okay. Even more spec compliant than before. So, okay, so the original question was, okay, what were we doing wrong or not wrong? Also, I guess we need to take a look. Does after attribute name behave as I want in this case? Because I made a change to the original parser, and I'm emitting tokens for these guys. So let's go take a look. Are we emitting tokens for this guy in after attribute name? I'm emitting a missing attribute value. So originally Johnny was doing something different, because he was doing also something different in here. Like, I made some changes, but I think this is a change that doesn't originate from me. Like a change from the original way that they want you to write that thing. Because...
I'm calling you because I just listened to your music. Girl, you were kicking it.
Because... Here, if we see this guy, we complain that we are missing an attribute value. Because after attribute name / before, oh, you know what? Here's the problem. Okay, I get the problem now. The problem is that I assumed the before attribute value was the same as after attribute name, but they're not the same. They're kind of, in an abstract sense, they are very close, but they're not exactly the same. So this before attribute value has already seen an equal sign. This guy has already seen an equal sign, and so it expects to find a value. And if it doesn't find a value, then it complains they were missing the attribute value. While here, before attribute name wants us to go in the after attribute name, which is the state that we don't have. Okay, let's take a look at this state. What does it do? Because if we are in before attribute name and then we see like a greater than sign, then we shouldn't be complaining. After attribute name, equal sign switches to before attribute value. Oh god, so before attribute value also exists. So okay, they're like, this is just a state that we don't have. So greater than sign, switch to the data state, emit the current tag token. I get it. Okay, I get it. Basically, I think that this was we need to introduce the state basically. Okay, that this is what it should be. That's it. So we shouldn't be changing all the things. We just need to introduce that thing. Wait, is that a state? Oh, it is a potential state. Wait, it's not implemented though. Oh, this is me having renamed it though. Okay. So before attribute name, then attribute name, and then let's do after attribute name. And then let's see. So in before attribute name, what do we want to do? Sorry, in after attribute name. The thing was saying reconsuming the after attribute name state. Okay, let's see what the situation is. We haven't seen an attribute name. We suspect there might be one, but we find a closing thing. So we want to, what do we want to keep around? What do we want to remember? And the answer is like nothing, basically. Hello, Ains. Hello, hello. Okay. Yeah, let's go do some work. Actually, we can even take a look at this. Okay, when we find any of the spaces, ignore the character. So that's this is it. Then Solidus, switch to the self-closing start tag state. Yes, I can get rid of these things. Before attribute value state. Oh god, this guy wants a span. I don't know what we need to put there. Okay. After attribute name, this is correct. This is correct. Switch to the self-closing start tag state. I guess this is correct. Problem is we're not like, since we're changing state, we are losing like the state that we need to carry around to perform these operations. So switch to the before attribute value state. Oh, I haven't updated also these guys. So this is important. Solidus equals sign greater than sign. Switch to the data state. And then we want to return a token. Emit the current tag token. The problem is, to emit the current tag token, I need the current tag token like info, which I don't have. So we need to carry this information around from whenever we switch to this. So let's assume that we do have that info, and that info is I guess the left bracket, I think. Like, if we want this thing to emit the full token, to emit the current tag token, then we need to emit that. Although Johnny's implementation actually returns a tag token early. Johnny's tokenizer Johnny's implementation tries to return a tag early. Honestly, I don't know what's best. Let's keep following the spec a little bit more. Also, where's the link to this section? I honestly don't mind the idea of returning a token late, but have all the info. Yeah, I don't mind this. I really do not mind this. Let's look at what's inside StarTag because we might make it nicer then than what it is now. StarTag token has left bracket and name. Oh, that's. I think this is better. Keep the name around because it's handy to have since we're already parsing. Have a span and then has authors. Yeah, we keep around if it has even has attributes or not. I actually like this. Yeah, this is. I think this is an interface that we should align ourselves to. Hello, Palo Loco. Hello, hello. Okay. Man, I'm introducing so many incompatibilities by making these changes. But I think this is gonna pay off in the long run. Actually, I can. Yeah, I think this is the state we can use. That's nice. Okay, music. View more music. Let's go. Perfect. This is beautiful, actually. I like this a lot. Okay, so let's see. Equal sign switch to the before attribute value state. Right. And we should carry over the star tag that we're working on, basically. The reality is that this is what we should be moving it around. Because we're gonna need to reference this stuff. So I like this. This seems very well made. There's still a question mark about the how I'm changing the interface of what a token is. Hopefully that is not gonna have a negative impact on the parser. If it does, there's gonna be a bunch of refactoring because of this, and if it's gonna be negative, it's gonna suck. But hopefully, I would expect, like, I don't really have anything to gain by having the tokenizer tell the parser early that we have a tag with incomplete information. Actually having that information always at our disposal and never have that stuff be in an undefined state, it's not bad, I think. Anything else? Start a new attribute in the current tag token, set that attribute name and value to the empty string, reconsume in the attribute name state. So rewind the cursor and switch state. Okay, now let's make these things use a tag as state. So we are in the state start. So this is a start tag. Yes, we are in the state. Tag open. Oh, I see the problem. The problem is that this type doesn't have a name, does it? Need to give it a name. Ooh, tag name can also do closing tags. In which case a start tag isn't particularly useful, is it? Okay, let's call it tag. Actually, there's nothing in here that is specific to a start tag. Let's just call it tag. Maybe we can do this. We want this information in here. Yeah, okay, that seems reasonable. Yeah. Okay, this seems to make sense so far. Maybe these guys will need some different extra state that keeps track also of attribute stuff. Maybe. Yeah, that would make sense. So basically here we are delaying returning tag info because it's not complete yet. As we are looping over attributes, we don't know where the closing diamond bracket is. So we are keeping around information about the whole tag, and we're delaying returning it. And then when we return it, we will have also observed if there's any attributes or not. The plan is currently the tokenizer also returns attribute tokens, but actually in the parser we don't want them. Like we want to complain if the attributes are malformed, but we don't need to. We don't really need to. We don't want to keep track of them in the AST. We instead want to reparse them on the fly. Is this a good idea? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But it is interesting that the spec is also kind of suggesting to us that we want to wait before returning a tag. I'll take a short bathroom break and then I'll continue this work. This is serious refactoring work. I'm sorry. It's tedious, extremely tedious. But man, the payoff is good though, if it works. I'll be right back.
pizza on Tuesday. I got food up in the fridge. Y'all keep looking for that new wave. I think I like it how it is. Cold pizza on a Tuesday. I got food up in the fridge. Y'all keep looking for a new wave. I think I like it how it is.
My shoestrings untied. I'm running full speed with scissors in hand. I love pointy things. Let's fall on the floor next to all of our needs. Let's lose inhibition. Let's fly like our dreams is reality. Real things ain't quite what they seem. Once you hold it, does it gleam? If it's green, is there a soul? Is a soul a real thing? If you're really in the know, is it all a scripted show with the cameras and lights and the laugh track to kill all of my loneliness inside? And a casting crew of friends who always there when things get dry to crack a joke. But instead I'm hearing Cali up in smoke in real life where the whole world broke and the pizza always froze. But it's all good, this is all I'll ever know. So I better chow down while the food straight snow. Make my own damn waves inside my own studio. Taking life for what it is, even if it's getting
Cold pizza on a Tuesday. I got food up in the fridge. Y'all keep looking for a new wave. I think I like it how it is.
Bitch, what you got good? It's always as good as it gets. Even throughout all the mess and regrets, piled cigarettes and the rest. All you got's every breath till your last, and then you'll be dead. So live it all good. Eat the journos in bed. Be grateful for what you got. Don't let that ego in head. Keep it free, boy. Keep them strings off me, boy. No stems, no sticks, no seeds, no stress, no peace, no love, no free. Don't care, mo chains for me. Don't share, I keep. Yo, bitch, let's eat. Yo, bitch, let's eat.
Pizza on a Tuesday. I got food up in the fridge.
I'm back with an ice cream. Hey, you didn't ping on Discord. Oh, I didn't? Oh shit, here now.
I think I like it how it is.
You're right, I didn't ping here. I forgot to ping. Did I post here? I did post. Oop. Yeah, I forgot to ping. Sorry. I'm not a good streamer. So, hey Ninjatron, hello. Hello. Okay, I'm taking a break. So here's what I was working on. So this is a recap for our now more than the Raiders. So I are now and this is more for now because Arnau was more interested in well, has knowledge about HTML parsers and stuff. So here's what I was doing now. I am as I was chasing some things to, you know, flesh out, I got to this other state before attribute name. I don't remember when why I started changing these things. In any case, I landed here and I started documenting every choice from the spec, as I mentioned also in Discord. And as I was doing these things, I started noticing that there were some discrepancies between what the spec says and how this was implemented by Johnny originally, because this tokenizer comes originally from Johnny Marler. The discrepancy, though, wasn't like a mistake. The discrepancy was done on purpose. Johnny purposely decided to change how certain things worked. He also mentioned that he simplified certain things, so we might be getting ourselves into like the cascading effect of being more spec compliant with how we structure our parser might have some annoying consequences, which I still think are going to be worth it. But so basically, long story short, for example, the after attribute name state didn't exist, and so I created it. So now I created the after attribute state, and that in turn made me change how state is stored in a tokenizer as you move to one token and the next, sorry, to one state and the next. And so there's a bunch of refactoring that I'm basically in the middle of. But as I do this, I double check that everything is compliant to the spec. I link the state. Yeah. I mean, I suspect that you originally were thinking that this code was more high quality than it actually was. I mean, you have to start somewhere. And like in Johnny's quote unquote defense, when he wrote his tokenizer, well, first of all, he was doing it, I think, like for fun. So it makes sense that he stopped at some point. Like he left some to-dos that he just never got back to completing. But also, his HTML parser was designed for powering an HTML renderer. So he really didn't care much about things. Well, first of all, he's I guess what he wanted to experiment on was getting the HTML box model right, and see that the HTML that he supported would render correctly. But in any case, that's the state of things. So Ninja Turn, this is what I'm working on more in general. An HTML parser and LSP, and the LSP is able of giving you diagnostics for bad HTML. Turns out that apparently this stuff doesn't really exist out in the wild. So we're actually working on something relatively innovative. There's some chocolate that fell on the ground, and now it's part of the floor, and there's nothing I can do. Yeah, if I manage to like cover the full ground in the parser, so that we stop having to-dos and we are like fairly spec compliant, this thing should actually be useful. What's funny is that this is a prerequisite to implement to have a higher quality implementation of the templating language, the super templating language that I haven't seen. Well, what's funny is that this tool, it's more useful in a sense. Everybody could use an HTML LSP. Only few people will care about my templating language. Kind of funny. The spec doesn't require user agents to report errors at all. Oh yeah. So yeah, Johnny basically was going for something different. We are adapting his code, but he wasn't optimizing for our use case, which makes total sense. Will you support classes in the LSP? That's a good question. That sounds certainly like an advanced use case. I will say in the beginning, no, for sure. Going forward, the problem is that if you think about it, in anything that isn't the most basic use case, your CSS will be referenced through very indirect means. Like you maybe will be referencing your CSS as an asset that you're importing. You know how like sometimes you have like Jinja template code where you refer to an asset, or you will try to get the asset from some path that will resolve to a CSS file in your once you deploy everything. So I would say that there are plenty of cases where you cannot reasonably observe that CSS from the LSP. And so I feel like these cases are so many that ultimately, even if you spend time to try and suggest classes, it will have to be like an incomplete list. That said, that is not a reason not to consider, but the limitations, I think there are some serious limitations in trying to implement this kind of stuff. Are you going to support CSS? Huh. Honestly, that's a good question. On one hand, it seems reasonable to offer something like to offer diagnostics in inline CSS, like CSS that you're inlining in this file. But then you almost wish there was a way to say, look, this subset of the document should be sent to a CSS parser. Oh, sorry, to a CSS LSP. And I don't think we can do that. So I don't know. I'm certainly interested. I don't know exactly how I want to tackle it. I would say still, this is like phase 2, right? Phase 1 is get HTML working. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. What are people saying on YouTube? Okay, let's see what are people saying on YouTube. Yeah, this is fine. Let's see. Can you explain how a parser actually works and what it would take to create one myself? So if you're completely unfamiliar with these topics, I don't think in this stream I will, stop to answer a question for long enough to really be able to get you from like 0 to enough knowledge to feel like you know what a parser does. But I can tell you one trick. One trick is to try and implement this stuff yourself. So try to implement a parser for JSON, for example, something that allows you to basically, and even if, okay, I say implement a parser, and then you said, I don't know what a parser is, so how do I even implement it? Well, here's what I suggest. Implement something that allows you to grab, for example, the value of a field inside your JSON and try to generalize it so that it's a type of machinery that can be fed any type of JSON. Start with a simplified subset of JSON. So maybe JSON but no strings. So JSON, key value pairs, numbers, booleans, and arrays, no strings, just to simplify the problem space. And maybe you can start even from a even smaller subset in the beginning. So try to implement something that is able to understand the structure well enough to be able to allow you to query for a given field. But to answer your question then more in the general, a parser starts, so usually you start with a tokenizer. Sometimes people call it also a lexer. I don't like the lexer terminology personally, so I just call it tokenizer all the time. And a tokenizer is the type of code that takes your the source code and goes from bytes to tokens. So I can quickly show you the code base that I have for this language. So I have the Ziggy data language that I implemented, that is like a JSON alternative, and I implemented everything from scratch for it. So if I look at the tokenizer, the Ziggy tokenizer, basically it's where is it? Well, the full file is the tokenizer struct, and it has two things. One is a second that says whether you want comments or not, and the other one is like a cursor that keeps track of how far you are in the string. So basically, on a Ziggy tokenizer, you instantiate, and maybe I can show you some usage code. The idea is that you instantiate it, you decide whether you want comments or not. Again, this is like my design choice. A token is a more standard concept. Whether you want comments or not from it, it's like a design that I made, a design choice that I made. And then what you do is like you keep calling next, and you pass in the original source code. Like in this case, I like you keep passing it this original source code, and then every time you call next, it produces a token, which in case it's this, like it's a dot, then an identifier. So dot is this, who is the identifier, then there's an equal sign. Usually tokenizers ignore white space because that's kind of what a tokenization process is. Like it recognizes chunks of text that have meaningful, that have semantic meaning, and they tend to ignore white space. So then, there's a string. This is like bar between quotes. Then there's a comma, etc., etc. So that's what a tokenizer does. And the way a tokenizer works is, well, first of all, usually you define like some kind of enum that says which token you're looking at. Some tokens are like, for example, there's the dot token. The dot token corresponds to the dot character. It's a one-to-one mapping. But some other tokens are like an identifier token, doesn't correspond to a specific string. It corresponds to something that has the role of an identifier. So foo is an identifier, bar is an identifier. Also string, for example, it recognizes text between quotes. So some have a one-to-one mapping to the possible byte sequences. There is one byte sequence that encodes, one possible byte sequence that encodes a dot token, but there's pretty much infinite identifiers, possible different identifiers. So your tokenizer basically then has a state machine inside of it that keeps looking at the code byte by byte, and based on which type of bytes it finds, changes state, and at some point it returns a new token. So for example, if you look at your byte stream and you see a dot, well then the token is going to be a dot token, and we want to return it, and we break. And breaking in this code base means breaking away from the main loop makes you return the token. So these things could be structured in many different ways. This is like one way of doing it. But the core point is you look at the source code byte by byte, and you split it into tokens. Then the parser basically takes in a let's see. The parser instantiates a tokenizer, keeps calling next on the tokenizer, looks at tokens one by one, and as it receives tokens, it decides how to structure them in a more complicated structure, which is usually called the AST. An AST has nodes, and these nodes tend to have children and siblings and parents, and so you start having this more structured representation. The reason why you want to do this is because think about the JSON case. In the JSON case, when you just have tokens, you have like opening curly bracket, and then there's maybe a a string that is actually the field name, and then there's a colon that is, and then a number, and then a comma. So you can navigate this stuff linearly, and it's fine. But you know, for example, JSON can be arbitrarily deeply nested. So you will, at some point, at some level, you will want to look at the JSON and maybe only scan the top level elements. And so like you only want to scan the keys in the top level object, right? So you want to look at the first key, you want to ignore its value and then go to the second key and ignore its value and then go to the third key. If you're just looking at a flat list of tokens and the second key has a huge value inside of it that has like, it's another object with another object inside of it with another object and like it's super nested, then it will take you a while before you get back to, like, you consume all these tokens and get back to the third key element at the top level object. So an AST allows you to bypass these problems because you kind of do the work of structuring this stuff once, and then you can navigate the tree, you know, with how can I say, with purpose in mind. And that's what a parser tends to give you, an AST, an abstract syntax tree. And then from there, I don't know. Then from there, it depends what you want to do. For example, with an AST, it's not hard to, for example, take a JSON and map it to abstract in your language. That's, for example, one use case for it, and other stuff. So that tends to be, in general, what you do with these kind of things. Honestly, I really recommend just sitting down and banging some of this stuff out without the help of parser generators. Parser generators help you make these things, help you bang out these things more easily, but they abstract away the nitty-gritty details. So if you really want to understand these things, you need to actually get familiar with it. And then after you've gotten familiar, then do use a parser generator if you just want to get shit done. Look at canonical LR parser and be scared. Is it all that bad, this stuff? I don't know, man. Honestly, I remember my classes in university, but honestly, this stuff is not. This stuff is good to study in university. But from the day-to-day of actually implementing a good parser and like developer tooling and this stuff, it's not all that useful. I guess it's useful in knowing, I don't know, oh, if your language is left recursive, then your parser can do this thing. If your language is not left recursive, like if your language is like a bunch, it's a combination of left and right recursive stuff, then you start having certain type of what's it called, ambiguity, I think, in your grammar, and so your parser will need to do certain kinds of extra work to make sense of things on occasion. I guess that's stuff that's good to know, but honestly, if your point is getting started with writing a parser, just write a JSON parser. Write a simplified JSON parser. As I said, JSON but no strings. That's a great starting point. Implement that shit and see how far you can get. Start with a tokenizer, then write a parser, then write a tool that is able to extract. You give it a key name and it tells you what the key value is, for example. That kind of thing. Would be cool to see CMD JSON ported to Zig. Yeah. I'm not gonna do it though. I'm sorry. That's for sure. Okay, so we have implemented after attribute name. I don't remember if we did everything by the book, so I think this is okay. This is okay. This is okay. This is before attribute value. This is okay. But now before attribute value thinks that it's getting a namespan. Instead, it's getting a tag. So we need to give it a tag. Before attribute value, we give it a tag. And you know what? It's time to also specify before attribute value. So copy a link. Okay, let's now map these things to where they need to go. Okay, tab form feed thing, ignore the character, we already have it. Quotation mark, switch to the attribute value, yes, double quoted state. And the thing is that attribute value here has more info, right? This guy has not only info about... So this guy originally, so we were collecting the span name, so this is more complicated. Before attribute value needs to keep around information about the tag as a whole, because that's what we need to return. But then it also needs to keep around the tag name, I believe. Because we use this information to then produce a attribute value. That's annoying that we need to keep all this state around. We didn't do that. We didn't have to do that before, but there was a big downside though before by not doing that. And I think I'm fine with doing it now. I am fine with doing it now. Okay, let's go change attribute value. So this guy now does keep around the full tag info. Why did this thing? Okay. Autocomplete. Where the fuck is the autocompletion? False. God damn it. Okay, no more autocompletion. That thing sucks. So we do keep around tag info, but we also want to well, keep around the attribute name value, I guess. Because we have discovered an attribute name before. So this becomes stated author name, quote is double, start is self.index. So these all tracks now. Let's see, backslash. Oh, this has a backslash state. Oh, you're right, because Johnny, I think, thought that... No, this is not a backslash. This is like a single quote state. Actually, this is correct. Yeah, apostrophe state. Yeah, this is single quoted. Same thing, just single quoted. Okay. Then, greater than sign. This is a missing attribute value, parse error. Switch to the data state, emit the current tag token. So, switch to data. Produce a parse error. Emit the current tag token.
What you got good? It's always as good as it gets. Even throughout all the mess and regrets, piled cigarettes and the rest. All you got's every breath till your last, and then you'll be dead. So live it all good. Dish your nose in bed. Be grateful for what you got. Don't let that ego in head. Keep it free, boy. Keep
okay.
Things off me, boy. No stems, no sticks, no seeds, no stress, no peace.
Anything else? Reconsume in the attribute value unquoted state. Which in our case doesn't really require us to reconsume. I think what matters is that we make sure to give it a correct start index, which I'm not sure should be IDX. Why are we not doing IDX -1? I think this should be -1. I guess we'll see if I'm right or not at some point in the future when things start going out of whack. Attribute value unquoted. Attribute value unquoted. The problem is, for these guys, we're like tossing away the tag, but we need to keep the tag. So, type of quote, name row, start. Why is attribute value unquoted ultimately a different type of tag? A different type of state? Whatever. Yeah, I'm basically gonna just add tag to it. So you do need to keep around the tag. And then you can have your other state. So say the name, author name. Okay. This should do it. Ooh, where's the EOF part though? Where's the EOF handling for this guy? Oh, I guess EOF is expected to be handled in there. Like EOF itself should be handled in there. Well, you know what? It says we consume, so we should do it. So self.idx minus equals 1. Okay. Okay, let's see what attribute value looks like. Attribute value single quoted, attribute value double quoted, attribute value unquoted. Okay. I guess they were different enough that Johnny decided that these two would make sense to collapse, and this guy should instead should have been different. That's fair. Okay, copy link. Not save link as. I don't want to. Sorry, just copy link. This link parser also is a little bit too aggressively excluding parentheses. Man, what is this doing this work? Is this Mitchell's? Maybe Mitchell's. Okay, let's see what attribute value wants us to do. So, double quoted is this guy. Okay, double quotation mark. Ampersand. To do, the spec says the tokenizer should handle character references here, but that would require allocation, so we should probably handle that somewhere else. Oh, should handle that elsewhere. We should handle character references here. I think I will agree with Johnny. Hey, Johnny. By the way, I'm continuing the work of using your tokenizer. You know, I'm actually having a lot of joy in taking your work and being able to, you know, restructure it for this use case. It's been a good time. You know how we are usually biased towards saying, oh, this thing that was already made, it's not perfect. Fuck it, let's start from scratch. But in this case, it's really been paying off to build on top of your work, but at the same time also still change it. Like I feel like it's not bad. It allowed me to get used to the HTML spec on you know, make more progress with the functionality before diving down this path and have to do this work. By the way, right now, here's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make your parser closer to the spec because it's easier for me to keep track of what works as expected and what doesn't. And also, I'm changing some semantics a little bit. For example, I noticed that you were returning tags early. So you were returning tag information pretty much as soon as you got the tag name, because that's what you cared about the most when it came to a tag in your application. And also, you didn't want to allocate attributes, so you wanted to emit attributes one after the other as tokens once as you received them. Yeah, to avoid allocation, which makes total sense. In my case, here's what I'm doing instead. I think what I'm changing, and so the spec originally wanted you to only return the tag element after all the attributes were parsed and after the closing tag was found. But now I do care, and if you remember, since I do care about the closing diamond bracket. So since I do care about the closing diamond bracket, I also want to delay returning a tag, start tag token until we get there. But also, I don't want to allocate attributes. So what I'm doing is basically, I will validate them, but I'm not returning tokens for attributes. And instead, I'll make a separate parser for those. I can make a separate simplified parser, basically, that you're basically expected to invoke separately. So you have one token for all attributes? No, I just skip over them. Like I validate them, but I don't return any token for them. So I just return one token for the entire start tag. And then, although in that token I do write if I have seen attributes or not. And then in the parser, the thing is, in the parser, I don't want to save them either. The whole point is, in my AST, I don't want to allocate there for attributes either. So what I'm doing basically is I'll retokenize on demand. Whenever I need those attributes, I retokenize them on demand. I don't know. That's what I'm going for. Am I fully confident that that's a strategy that is actually like? Is it really worth the trouble? I'm not even sure, honestly. But that's what I'm going for. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the idea. Yep. Append. Also, I'm now doing the fucking replacement character. Who cares? This whole avoid allocation way of thinking really unlocks some interesting ways of looking at these things. I super agree. Yeah. So this is fine. And this is the EOF case. Note, spec doesn't say to emit the current tag, question mark. Apparently. Spec doesn't say to emit the current tag, apparently. Oh, and the single quote is still A to do. I think what WG specs does say so. You mean to return the tag in case of an internal EOF? You think so? We could do it, actually. I don't think that's gonna really change much, honestly, in our case, whether we do or not, but not EOF. EOF is a reconsume, is it? No, EOF is not reconsuming attribute value. Wait. Which state are we talking about? So, attribute value double quoted, and I guess also single quoted. I should also link single quoted since we're doing both at once. Attribute value, yes. I'm looking at attribute value. So in double quoted, EOF says to emit an end of file token. EOF in tag error and then end of file token. Single quoted, I'm guessing is the same. Unquoted, same thing. Yeah, it's attribute. So basically, this is attribute value double quoted and attribute value single quoted in one. And yeah. Okay, the problem is, so this is the problem. The problem is that I think that merging these two states together is not really paying off all that much. Because this is basically, so I guess if you are in single quote mode and you see a double quote, it's not a panic to do. I guess it's do nothing, right? And vice versa. If you see a single quote and you are in single quote mode, then you have to do this. But if you're in double quote mode, then you do nothing, like you consume it like a normal character. Okay, let's look at all these errors. So state dot, I think this is utter name. Token utter. I also want to remove this thing afterwards. So, but let's make it work in the beginning, in the meantime. I think this is state.start. Let's see, go to definition. Yeah. Oh, it does have name row. It doesn't have utter name. Oh, you know what? Let's keep calling it utter name. We do call it name. Fine. Fine. Okay, so yeah, switch state.quote. Okay, so everything seems to make sense now. So at least on paper we have polished also these keys. Attribute value unquoted. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oof, ton of instructions, man. Okay, let's see. So usual suspects. Oh no, what's going on? Where's my usual suspects, man? Oh, that's on me. I've implemented the is white space stuff. That is on me. Okay, let's fetch that standard line from somewhere else. So what was I doing? Attribute value unquoted. If it's white space, I was doing this. And then here, then we just don't want to do anything anymore. Is that how it works? Guess we'll get to there in a moment. So ampersand we ignore. Greater than sign. Oh god, we don't even have it handled at all? What's going on here? Hey there, Teufel! Hello! Wait, what were we even supposed to do in a greater than sign case? It's basically the same case, but we also return to data. Oh no, we returned the tag token. Right. Right. Yeah, I think we should remove the code that makes us return attributes. Although, how do we implement the attribute parsing stuff afterwards? Spec-defined tokenizer? Yeah. Yeah, I'm making a tokenizer that is more spec compliant, so that I have to think less. That's kind of the hope. But unfortunately, as I'm doing this, I still have to think a bunch. So that's making me a little bit less optimistic about this procedure. But such is life, I guess. Sometimes you have to think, even though you wish you didn't have to, but sometimes you do. Ah, man. Hello, poor Mamin? Mamin? Hello. Hello to you. Also, this is switching to the before attribute namestate, but it's not returning. So that's another difference compared to what we were doing before. Nice, I like this. Quotation mark, apostrophe, less than sign, equal sign, grave accent. This is an expected character in unquoted attribute value parse error, treated as per the anything else entry below. Man. What does anything else say? Append a current input character to a current attribute's value. Okay, so like we complain that it's wrong, but then we accept it anyway. And we keep parsing. I guess could be worse, huh? So here's what we're gonna do. We put these guys all together. And then in here we check. Beautiful error. Man, it really rolls off the tongue. Oh, you know what? Wait, it doesn't have to be nested. What am I doing? It doesn't have to be nested. We could do just this. Place it here and then not do anything else. Yeah, that works actually. Yeah, we don't need to do this. Nothing faster than HTML. Hello. Okay, I bet you that we don't even have this error. So let's go at it. This guy probably should go here next to the name equivalent, like his name, brother, cousin, whatever. EOF. Okay, so with this we actually have completed this thing. So this is good, and this is also making me think that it's time to also do it here. Like, don't return the goddamn token. We don't want to return the goddamn token anymore, so we don't. Okay. So this is done. Another state done. We are leaving behind a very long trail of refactoring errors. Like I can already smell it. That we left some things like not fully refactored, but what can you do? Okay, so now we have after attribute to worry about, and then there's the self-closing stuff. The self-closing stuff, it's fully not implemented in here. So I don't know. We'll see what to do with this stuff, but let's start with after attribute value. This one seems not too bad to implement, so let's go do that. Okay, let's go. Okay, character tabulation, line feed, space, and company. What do we do with them? Switch to the before attribute name state. Yes. We have it. Solidus. slash snake. Switch to the self-closing star tag state. We do it. Greater than sign. Why is form feed like this in those switches? Because I don't know. What is form feed? Is that a /r? I guess that's /r, right? You should ask Johnny. Johnny, why is this written down as a byte? Is this /r? /f? /f? Is that a thing? Really? The Teufel, I'll blindly trust you. Oh, no, actually, it's single quote /f. Invalid escape character F. The Teufel, you were supposed to be the one to bring balance to the force, not to bait me into using escape sequences that don't exist in Zig. Okay, greater than sign. We have greater than sign in here. Yes. Switch to the data state. Emit the current tag token. Oh, this is also an interesting opportunity. This is something that I needed to fix and I didn't. So when I was adding location to errors. Oh, by the way, Johnny, this is a change that I did like yesterday off stream that is actually pretty important. I added locations to errors. Like they're not perfectly aligned. That's another problem. But now whenever there's something wrong, I don't know. Well, okay, not in this case. But like here, errors end tag, it tells you where it is. So that's a change that I made. But I kind of made it like everywhere, so I wasn't super precise with it. So unfortunately, there's some EOF errors that point at where the EOF is, which is like at the end of the document, which is never useful. So, and you actually saw it here, right? Here, there was an EOF error. I think it might be actually this exact error that we're looking at here, but it's reporting it as being at the end of the file. Instead, we want to cover basically from here until the end of the file. So let's improve this. So it's not going to be self-idx.1, but it's going to be state.tag.span.start, I believe. Like no. After attribute value. After attribute value. After attribute value, well, we do have the tag, and we do have the start of the tag. Okay, let me think about it for a moment. After attribute value is where we go. Once an attribute value was closed. I think that after attribute value could use information of where is it that the attribute closed, basically. So let's change this, assuming that we actually want to pass around more state, which makes sense also because we still want to pass around the tag. So .tag needs to be tag, and then we want to like utter value and stuff.idx. Yeah. So basically, what's the problem, man? I probably left something dumb somewhere else. Okay, we kind of want to pass down also utter value end, so that then we can do the EOF starting from there. There you go. So we can say EOF starts from where the thing was. That's like the problematic thing. Okay. This is a missing white space between attributes parse error. Oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, also this is after attribute value quoted. What? After attribute value quoted. Oh, I guess unquoted doesn't have an after attribute value of some kind. No, there's after attribute value unquoted. Oh my god, man. Let's start with this and then we'll see what to do with that other one. Why would they be any different? So anything else? This is a missing white space between attribute parse error between attributes. After attribute value, spaces send you before attribute name. What is it that sends you to... Wait, how are we sent there then? Is it because of one of the bad characters? Attribute value unquoted. No, it's not this guy. Oh, I guess it's because there was a quote and then something right away without any space in the middle. I guess. To do, read the spec and return the correct error. Yep, and it's finally time to do it. Can I sort alphabetically? Is there a command that... Sort in reverse order. It's not sorting shit, is it? Oh well. Oh wait, maybe it's like this. Wait. Maybe it's I select everything, then I split on a single line. Now it worked. So it sorts, but they have to be different, separate selections. That's cool. I mean, that makes sense. Well, whatever. Okay, so we have this utter value and okay, and then there's also after attribute value unquoted. But the problem was this is an unexpected character in unquoted attribute value parser error. Ampersand set the return state to the attribute value unquoted state. Okay, I'm gonna leave this ampersand stuff undone, I think, for now. We'll see in the future if this is actually problematic or not for us. Okay, let's see if we fixed all the start tag, the tag open states and company. So let's see, tag open holds a tag. Tag on open holds a tag as state. Just call it state. And also, you know what? Time to also update the spec. Like, let's pull in the spec. Oh god, all the script stuff. After attributes. Oh god. Row text. Oh no. RC data and tag open state. Plain text state. Data state. Okay. RC data state. Row text. Script data state. Plain text state. Oh no. There's plain text and row text. Why would you just want to have one of the two, right? When you can have both. Row text is the one on script and style. I see. Okay, I guess row text is basically. I guess row text is less sensitive to greater than or lower than signs. I guess than other ones. Okay, exclamation mark. Switch to the markup declaration open state. ASCII alpha. Create a new start tag token. Question mark. Oh god. To do implement start tag dot question mark. EOF. This is an EOF before tag name parse error. Yes. It's for no script and no frame. Oh my fucking god. Like, okay, it's even more weird. Emit. This is an EOF before tag name parse error. Emit a less than signed character token and a handle file token. I mean, fine, whatever. Fine, whatever. Oh, let's see. Anything else that isn't ASCII alpha? How did Johnny do this with is ASCII alpha? Okay. Alpha lower or alpha upper. Isn't this like a contiguous range? I mean, the people, oh no, right? Why wouldn't they sneak some weird characters between lowercase and uppercase characters, right? Yeah, right. Why wouldn't you do it? Right? Thank you. Why wouldn't you do it? Just sneak a couple characters in there. What's the problem, man? Just do it. Man. Okay, so this is us. Anything else? This is an invalid first character of tag name parse error. Emit a whatever character, which we don't really care about, and then reconsume in the data state. Okay. So from tag open, we go to tag name. It's designed so, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so ASCII alpha, create a new start tag token. So now tag name needs to have as state is end, I guess. Tag open. Okay. Yeah, we need to redesign this. So this needs to become a tag type. Span name kind. I think that tag open doesn't need all this stuff, I guess. Tag open really only needs the left bracket. I think it really is just the left bracket that we care about for real. If before, yeah, this needs to be all bracket. Yeah, and all these things like super complicated. No, it's just. Man, I fucked up these parser so hard, I think, with these changes. It's gonna be a while before we get back to working condition. I can already tell. It also means to me that in tag name, maybe we don't even need all these things because we don't have end in any case. But you know what? It's fine. Let's just give it to it. It's not gonna be the end of the world. You can mask out that bit and then check if it's only between one range. Yeah, good point. That's true. That's smart. I didn't think about it. Yeah. Okay, so this should make mostly sense. So tag open is okay. And that sends us to tag name. Then we have here end tag open and then tag name. So what do we have in the spec first? End tag open. So we were following the same sequence as the spec. So let's go take a look at this guy. Okay, so ASCII alpha, ASCII alpha, ASCII alpha. What do we do here? Create a new end tag token. Wait, what is this state? End tag open. Okay, it's like start tag open, right? It's just that start tag open is called tag open. Well, I guess tag open is the same, and tag open is where we go once we find the solidus, right? Yeah, okay, we found the solidus, and so now we kind of do the same thing. Okay, so let's see, where's the... Oh, you know what? I'll reread the alpha thing afterwards. Let's do the other ones first. So greater than sign. This is a missing end tag name. Parse error, switch to the data state. Yup. Yup. Tag open start. I'll rename this to L bracket. I like the L bracket nomenclature. Helps me understand what I'm what the thing is. That's what we're giving to it, right? Let's see. Yeah, we're sending down L bracket. Okay, next, EOF. No, this is implemented differently from the spec, so we only need to support one deferred token, but should result in the same tokens. Let's see. This is emit a less than signed character token, a solidus character token, and an end of file token. Man, so fucking annoying. We're not really doing it, right? In our case, it would be like send some text. Like in our case, we would, since we have text, we can just send those two things as text. The problem is we don't have the ability to redefine what's in the code. Although we don't have to, right? Because that's exactly what we saw. So technically we have that info. If we don't do it, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Like we're in an error state, so whatever. So is this anything else? Anything else? Okay. So this is fine. This is fine. Let's see, anything else? This is an invalid first character of tag name. Create a comment token whose data is the empty string reconsumed in the bogus comment state. Yep, that is indeed what we're doing. Actually, no, this is not. Let me think about it for a moment. Where do we complain about? I think this should be self.idx -1. Okay, so here, create a new end tag token. Okay, so we need to create a tag struct. Kind is not end, I think. What did we give to tag name earlier? This is what we gave it earlier. So what do we give it here? This name, what is name going to be? Yes, end isn't set. L bracket is the other thing. Okay, so this should be fine. Okay, so this is also okay. Now we have tag name to do. And then we should be able to take this for a spin. Switch to the before attribute name state. But now before attribute name wants a tag. Oh, look at this. And here we were returning a early token. And now we don't do this anymore. Actually, it's like this. Var tag equals state.tag. Tag dot name dot end equals self.idx -1. Actually, is it -1? Yeah, it is -1 because we're looking at a space. So we set the name, but we don't know the tag end, so this is the only value that we set. And so we give this here. Okay, Solidus. Switch to the self-closing start tag state. Yeah, this is kind of a to-do. It's fine. We're gonna leave it as is. Greater than sign. Switch to the data state. Emit the current tag token. Right. We are actually everything has ended. So we do this. We know where the name ends. We know where the tag ends. We know where the tag ends. We know where the name ends. I don't think there's anything else that we need to set. So we can set the state to data and we can return it. There you go. This is nice. This is really nice. Null. Parse error unexpected null character. So this is perfect. Then EOF. EOF in tag. This is an EOF in tag parse error. This is gonna be state.tag. Well, actually, is this state gonna be anything different than just a tag? I think this state is a tag, so this is gonna be state dot span dot start. And this is gonna be just a copy of state. Okay, I think this is gonna be it. Then anything else? Oh no, where's the ASCII, non-ASCII, anything else? Uh-oh. Append the lowercase version of the current input character to the character's code point to the current tag name, tag token's tag name. Oh my god, what is this explanation, man? So we're looking at the tag name. Wait, and what is it then? Anything else? Append the current input character to the current tag token's tag name. Oh, upper alpha. This is ASCII upper alpha. Yeah, well, man. We can't really normalize here. Well, given our architecture, we can't normalize. We can normalize in the renderer. So when we render an AST as part of the auto formatting, we can also normalize everything to lowercase, and we can keep our checks case insensitive. Oh, whatever. Let's leave it at that. Okay, self-closing start tag. I don't know. This is... it's fine. Maybe we can take a look later. Attribute name, self-closing start tag. This returns parse errors. This returns... Oh, this is tries to return an attribute token. Like a token attribute. So, yeah, we kind of need to pass also through this guy. I think if we just do that one guy, we should be good, though. Okay, one last state, and then we do the refactoring. Like, we make it compile, and we try to recover. We try to get back to a working condition. One last state. I know I'm getting addicted. I swear this is the last one for now. Man, there are so many states that we also need to worry about. You know what? Maybe we can go to where the script attribute name state. There we go. Copy link address. Attribute name before attribute name. The complete attribute's name must be compared to other attributes on the same token. If there is already an attribute on the token with the exact same name, then this is a duplicate attribute parse error, and the new attribute must be removed from the token. Yeah, if an attribute is so removed from a token, it and the value that gets associated with it, if any, are never subsequently used by the parser and are therefore effectively discarded. Removing the attribute in this way does not change its status as the current attribute for the purpose of the tokenizer, however. Okay. Okay. Yo. So all my spaces. Other stuff. Hey, Memphis. Hello. So tab, line feed, form feed, space, solidus, greater than sign, and EOF. EOF is handled above. Reconsume in the after attribute name state. There you go. Switch to the before attribute value state. Yep. Although I'm now not doing a good job at deciding what it is that goes in there. So because attribute name should have a tag. So this start thing should be called state, I think. And that state is a tag. So for example, what does it before attribute value want? Tag and name row. Problem is, what is this start? I think that attribute name needs more than just this guy because it needs the beginning of an attribute name. It needs to be something more like this. I think that's how it should be, I think. You know what? We should see who goes into this state. How do we land into attribute name? I guess we are in before attribute name. And then at some point we discover when the thing is supposed to start. Yeah, and that's where we were going before. But we cannot lose information about the token that we're in. So we need to also keep around the token. Oh my god. You see, this is all the work that we need to do. Like wiring around all the token states so that all these states don't forget about the token that they're in. And so once we get to the end of the token, then we can finally return that freaking thing. Huh. Oh, we don't have the null branch. We need the null branch. Give me a null branch. Unexpected null character. And we don't do anything else. Quotation mark, apostrophe, less than sign. This is an unexpected character in attribute name parse error, treated as per anything else entry below. Oh, so you complain, but you keep it, right? In this case, we skip it. Yeah, okay, that's fine. ASCII upper alpha. Yeah, we don't do it, I guess. Okay, so we did this as well. Okay, so now I think we are in a position where we can finally start trying to get this to build and crawl our way through all the build errors. So here's what I'm gonna do. There's gonna be a few. So I'm gonna move these. Can I make this a tab? Come on. I can do, I guess, new tab in here. Okay. Undeclared identifier tag. Let's see. Attribute value state double self.state equals tag equals I guess this is state or state.tag. But the starting point is state. What is state? It is something that contains tag. So yes, we want to do .tag. Unexpected type HTML tokenizer tag found U32 209. Oh, you're right. What we need to take a look at data. We really didn't check the data state, and that's where most things start. And they're out of whack now. So when we are going into tag open state. Yeah, we want to do something more. Okay, so what does tag open want? Tag open wants a tag. Although I think we said that we don't really want to give a tag to tag open. Because it's too much, right? Or is it? Tag name, we do give it a tag. Who was it that I didn't want to give a tag to? Come on, tag open is too early for a tag. Tag open pretty much just wants a U32, I guess. So this is actually fine. Let's take a look at tag open now. Yeah, L bracket, exactly. So I did agree that in the end L bracket is all what that we cared about. So this is now fine. So this is fine. Text we didn't touch. Okay, let's go back to chasing build errors. Sorry for the dumb question, but is your LSP for HTML as well? My LSP is HTML only, pretty much. Like my LSP is for HTML. Like, check this out. I'm working on it, but it's giving me diagnostics. So, for example, this is a, you know, you have a tag that doesn't match to anything, so it's an erroneous end tag. Then here's another thing that you can do. You know when you have a bunch of attributes, and at some point you want to maybe break them on multiple lines. You can do it. So here I'm saving. And whenever I save, I trigger auto formatting. If I put a space in here, I'm requesting vertical alignment of my attributes. If I instead remove the space between the final attribute and then the closing diamond bracket, we go back up to one line. And then if you, for example, have, right, so you, I don't know, quote never closes, so everything is bored, tells you EOF in attribute value. That kind of thing, etc., etc. So you are doing formatting as well? Yes, and more and more. Like it's still a work in progress, but I'm I'm planning on basically, you know, giving you an actual good experience editing HTML. Can you imagine having an actual good experience? You know what's funny? I was showing this to people here in chat earlier. So that's way more than just an LSP, no? Not really. Think about it. Like when you have a programming language LSP, the programming language LSP is actually giving you diagnostics when you have wrong syntax and stuff doesn't work. So if you think about it, I'm not even actually doing all that weird work for you. In a programming language, you would expect the LSP to give you this stuff. Oh, you talk about the formatting, sorry. Okay, yeah, about the formatting, that's like kind of a Zig thing. Like in Zig, you do have this thing where you have like, you know, trailing commas. You remove the, well, this is a bad example because it doesn't format well. Let me see if I can find something that isn't too indented. But long story short, in Zig, you can do this thing where by adding or removing trailing commas, you go up and down, right? In alignment, and I'm basically bringing the same tag to HTML. So it is auto formatting, but it has also, you know, a small ability to allow you to negotiate features from it. I do the same also with tags. So like if you have foo, and then you have span, boo. If you have this, and you write, it stays where it is. But if you had a space here and the LSP doesn't crash, it actually crashed in the meantime. So if you have a space and save, then I give you vertical alignment. So like you can do it here as well. And if you pull it back, so if you pull back these things, they also come back up with you. I didn't know it was directly in the Zig LSP. To be fair, you're right. It is not in the LSP. What is giving you this feature is Zig FMT. So it's the FMT tool of the Zig compiler. Also, this is why I was thinking of this feature as part of the auto formatter, because that's actually how it is also in Zig. So the auto formatter is what makes these changes in Zig. But it is a feature that you can access also through ZLS, because ZLS literally bundles Zig FMT, and it can offer the same feature through the LSP protocol. So your editor could be Helix can be configured to either get auto formatting from an executable or through the LSP, and so you get both options. But that's the idea. Okay, yeah, but in the meantime, I'm down into a huge refactoring of the HTML tokenizer, and God knows what's gonna happen once this builds. So it's gonna be a while before this builds, and it's gonna be a while, and once that happens, then I don't know what's gonna happen because they made a ton of changes. Okay, let's see. Expected type HTML tokenizer. Okay, you know what we should do? I think it's fucking time. I think it's fucking time. Let's go do this. Let's do this. So now in super. Okay, this is a super advanced trick. So I'm inside my build.zig, and I'm building the super executable here, right? So, and this is how I test my stuff. I keep running this thing because ZLS doesn't give me diagnostics for this. But check this out. Check out what I'm about to do. So I make a copy of the super executable with the same exact things. And actually, I don't even need to link 3CTR to it. No, wait a second. This is the module. I'm copying the wrong thing. Where's the CLI? Oh, it's down here. Okay. There you go. I guess I'll do it exactly afterwards. So I'm gonna copy the CLI definition. Super CLI check. So Super CLI needed these things, which we will also provide. And then there's the final trick. Where is it? Oh wait, did I not even implement no emit bin in this guy? Okay. Let's see if we can do it. Sanitize thread on win tables, strip, pick, single threaded, libc, optimize target source file. Can you set no emit bin? Where is it? Can you not do no emit bin on this guy? You know what? It's fine. Honestly, it's fast enough. So I you know what? That's probably what happened also the last time. I didn't know how to set no emit bin, and that's what stopped me from doing it. In any case, now I have a check step. And in theory, by having a check step, do I need to configure ZLS for this in any way? Library application support ZLS. A path to the local configuration folder would be printed instead. Oh god. So it means that this ZLS is not instructed to do this kind of stuff. Can I do this? Okay, ZLS has a setting for this stuff. Oh, per build configuration options. Wait, per build can be set on a per project basis by placing zls.build.json in the project root directory next to build.zig. Oh, that's nice. Relative built-in path, build options. Okay. I'm not finding what I was looking for though. Argument placeholders, build on save. Yeah, there we go. Build on save, false. Build on save step. Oh, it's in. Wait, it's installed by default normally. Oh god, trailing comma. Wait a second. There's a JSON LSP in here that's giving me good advice, actually. What? Okay, let's see. Let's see if it works. If it is building on save or not. It doesn't seem to be doing it though. Did I fuck up the name? Oh, enable build on save. Oh man. It is lagging, so it might be building. It might be that it's building somewhere else. Oh, there we go. We got diagnostics. Expected tech tokenizer found, blah, blah, blah. Found U32. Okay, we're in business. So here's what's going on. ZLS is now running a build on every time I save. And that's nice because that gives us all the diagnostics without having to check manually. Whew. So switch to the end open tag state, but end tag open state wants a tag, not a U32. Okay, so we make it accept a U32. This is where the error is. Save. Go to the next diagnostic. Expected token. Found tag. That is not bad. That's not bad. So I think the problem here is that it does token start tag. Oh, it does get a tag. Okay, but it also has a kind in it now. End tag now has this. I think we need to change these tokens and they now need to become just tag. And we keep inside the tag what it is that we want. Like if it's a start with utters or end. Okay. So now we can do this. Coercion from blah, blah, blah. So the problem is that before attribute name has a body. Right. And so we need to pass in data. I'm not sure about what context I'm in, but hopefully this works. No, state isn't even a thing. Oh god. Where I'm at. Self-closing start tag. Oh, fuck this thing, man. It's not implemented. Before attribute name. Let's just do undefined, whatever. And I think we should panic here. Let's leave this as a to-do for now. Next. No field name start in struct tokenizer token tag. Right, so we are in before attribute name. And we need to have knowledge of the tag that we're in necessarily. So when we go to after attribute name, we need to bring a tag with us. Wait. Oh, that's because we got an EOF in here. That's because we got an EOF in here. I don't like this. After attribute name, what does it want? Start tag. Well, whatever. Maybe it works. Let's see. What's the next problem? Expected type blah blah blah. Found new 32. He wants name start. So this is name start. Do we have state in here? We do. Nothing named. Oh god, what's state in here then? Oh, it's a tag. Okay. We're before attribute name. We found this. This guy just wants a tag. Okay. Oh, whoops. I deleted the match. Exit type, blah blah blah, on U32. How do you go to line end? GL. Oh yeah, go to line end. Okay, go to line. Does this work? No. There you go. Tag is in here. Pretty handy having diagnostics like this right away. Equal sign. Switch to the before attribute value state. By the way, this is a trick that the primer gen would totally use, but that I guess either nobody has told him, or you know, some people might have tried and probably he was too busy doing stuff on stream to actually realize that this is something that you can do. Equal sign. Switch to the before attribute value state. What's the problem? Expected type tag found something else. There you go. Duplicate switch value. Oh, you're right. Oh man, I copied something very bad. Oh my god, this thing has saved me. Oh no, I copied a line earlier that had way too much stuff in it. Oh god. Tag and then name, bro. So we're in after attribute name, and we need to have more than just tag, right? After attribute name needs to also, well, know what the freaking attribute name was. Understandably, I would say. Although, wait. Why do we even bother tracking this stuff? We're not even returning it anymore. We don't even need to track it, actually. We only want to track it if we want to return it, but we don't really need to. I think we can remove this stuff for now. Like even attribute value. Like we just not have this parser concern itself at all with this shit. We don't care what the name is. We care about reporting correctly wrong things. But then, yeah, then we don't do it anymore. Okay, let's see how that works. Actually, after attribute name, wait a second. Attribute name has name start and then name ends. What about after attribute name? What's going on here? Anything else? Start a new attribute in the current tag token. Okay, so we're going. Okay. So we're saying basically it starts from here. Okay, so this is fine. We're in attribute value and we found an EOF. What the state has for us? We have start. Yeah, that's what we want. After stag. Oh no, I did it again. Let's see, double quote, single quote, greater than equal sign backtick. Wait, where is this thing? Oh no, what have I done? What is this mess? Wait, what is this mess? Attribute value unquoted. Oh god. Attribute value unquoted. One is greater than sign, the other one is lower than sign. But I have these guys. Oh, look, these guys are just a panic to do. Okay, so let's remove them. They're just a stupid panic to do from before. Yeah, this is a lower than, this is a greater than. Okay, okay, not a mess, not a mess. Oof, I just had, I got baited. No, that wasn't me, that wasn't me. The HTML spec is weird, but for now, everything is working out fine. Oh my god, I don't have any more errors? Oh no. Right, that's even weird. I have a friend writing an engine from scratch. He's always trolling about how crazy it is. Well, he's probably not trolling. He might be just complaining. He's venting, not trolling. It is weird, for sure. But for now, things seem fine here. No, I don't believe that it builds already. I didn't want to say complain because it's also funny, but it's also poking fun at some of the crazy stuff it does. Yeah, in my case, I'm writing dev tooling, so some things I don't have to worry about. Oh, now we are getting errors inside the AST, which makes sense because we changed how things work, so the AST has to adapt. So I guess we aren't getting errors in here because they're in another file. You know, your error is in another file. Okay, oof, man, do we have to change things now? So first of all, this is about render, but even before then, there are changes that I know I want to make. Yeah, so start tag doesn't exist anymore. Now it's tag, and it can either be a start tag or an end tag, and so we don't have right bracket anymore. We don't have doc type R bracket anymore. Utter doesn't exist anymore. This is tag, and I think we can do this. In switch tag dot kind, we can do start. And this is what we were doing before. This becomes end. No R bracket. Self-closed, man, I hate that thing. I need to still look into it. Everything else seems kind of mostly okay. Okay, let's start choosing errors now. Let's see. We are looking at a tag, and we want to see. Okay, so this is gonna be tag dot. Tag dot is void. Yeah. And now we can actually do this. Oh my god. Tag dot span. Whew. This is so much better than it was before. So this is so good. Next, we got a, what is it? We got an end tag. Okay. Still called tag, tag.name. Tag.name. This is actually not a bracket. Wait. It's the entire thing. Oh my god, finally. Tag dot span. That's current close. Ah man, this feels so fucking good. Finally. Next error. Switch most understandable possibilities. Wait, what am I missing? Doc type tag. There might be some case that I didn't nuke. Let me see. Oh yeah, doc type R bracket. That's nuked. Utter, I would pull away. Yeah, I don't want to throw away this definition, but at the same time, doesn't need to leave there. How are we doing now in terms of errors? No field name, start tagging union token. Okay. Just a tag now. No field utter. Right. This is the point where we are actually trying to use the tokenizer to tokenize attributes, and this part is completely out of whack now because our main parser doesn't really bother with attributes anymore. So now we kind of need to have like a separate implementation that worries about attributes. To be honest, I could have wired this information around earlier and have and output it. Honestly, it's a bad idea to have two different implementations, one that does validation and one that does parsing. It should be the same implementation that does both. So you know what? I'll take it back. Let's restore attribute. And I think we do want to re-implement all the things that produce attributes. Yeah. And we just ignore them in the parser on first pass, and that's fine. Or maybe it's a setting. Honestly, that could even just be a setting. yeah, return attributes, false by default. And we use this one. Okay, so that means that we have to do some wiring. Oh man, some of the stuff that I undid, I now need to redo. That's fine. That's fine. I did this to myself, and it's not all that bad. So starting from the data state, we want to go into tag open, then we do tag name. So from the tag name state, we need to start worrying about attributes. So tag name. From tag name, we have to start worrying about attributes, because this is where we're gonna find our attribute name stuff. Where are we going? Before attribute name, right? If we find a space, we go to before attribute name. If we find something else, it's still a name. So yeah, we need a space. The space sends us to before attribute name. Before attribute name needs to keep our own knowledge of where is it that we are starting, because the problem is oh, I see how this thing is evil. This thing is sending us to after attribute name. I see why I found this confusing before. Man, the fucking HTML spec, go, man. Okay, we find spaces, that's fine. We find something that isn't a space, equals sign, that's an error, and that's fine. But then we go to attribute name, and attribute name has a name, keeps a name start around, and that's good. Attribute name has name start. And all these guys need to know what the attribute name is in all its glory. So, man, it needs to be more complicated than this. Okay. Unexpected field initializer. Oh, I guess I'm missing one of these guys. Yeah. Yeah, no field name tag. I know. Okay, so we pass this info to after attribute name. Also down here. Right, what was before? Yeah, same info. Here before attribute value, we want to do the same thing again. This doesn't help. Oh man, I was hoping that it would help. Oh, okay. Okay, so we go to before attribute value, and we have name row also here as well. Although So wait a second. Equal sign. That really needs to be -1 because we don't like this. This one also needs to be -1, but we do -1 here. So yes. Parse error. Okay, so this should be fine. So now we have to worry about attribute name. We have to worry about after attribute name and before attribute value. So after attribute name and before attribute value. Then attribute value. Right. I had to return. Man, I have to put it back. That sucks. And after attribute value, it's fine because we have returned the attribute in case we had one. Now we need attribute value n just to complain if shit is wrong for some reason. So this should be fine. Okay, let's fix build errors. I think that fixing build errors gets us to the correct solution. So after attribute name, is this it? Oh, there's no tag in our set. Wait. Okay, wait. Before attribute value, before attribute name, we only have a tag. That makes sense. Before attribute name, we don't have a name yet, so there's no name row for us to give. But in after attribute name, we expect a name to be there. So the heck are we supposed to give? Right. This is the problematic one. This is the one where I have no clue. I guess we give it like an empty name for some reason. See you have case from below. Reconsume in the after attribute name state. This is so silly in my opinion, but whatever. So we are before attribute name, and we find a thing. Reconsume in the after attribute name state. This is so weird. But fine. After attribute name, and now we do have a name. Also, I think I'm gonna name this state. So after attribute name, so we saw an attribute name, but then we found the space. Now we found an equal sign. Switch to the before attribute value state. Before attribute value. No, actually, wait, is this after attribute name? Okay, so this is gonna be state.tag. And then what does it want? Come on. It wants a name row. Actually, do we have a name row? Yeah, we're doing after attribute name. So we do give it. But I think before attribute value, we also want the location of the equal sign, I think. Let's take a look before attribute value. Because we want to complain at the equal sign, right? I'll pass this also down because I think I'm gonna need it. Okay, what we're missing is code to emit these attributes whenever it's time to emit them. So we need to also look into it. But let's fix things first, and then we can inject returns whenever we need them. So before attribute value, we found an equal sign. And now let's see, attribute value unquoted. Okay, ignore the character, quotation mark, switch to the attribute value double quoted state. Tag, state.tag. Quote double whatever, start. Yes. This is a missing attribute value parse error. Switch to the data state. Emit the current tag token. To do point at where the equal sign is. Man. Dude, I'm here to fucking save you. Check this out. State.equal sign. There you go, man. Left day to do for myself, and I fulfill my own prophecy. Okay, so this should be fine, but we didn't get any build error because we were getting build errors from somewhere else. Missing struct field equals sign. Right. No field name span in this struct state.tag. So where are we now? We're in after attribute name. So there was an attribute name. Then there were some spaces. So we're looking for like an equal sign to move into that other thing, which is beautiful. Otherwise, this thing means that our tag is closing. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is all good. Tag. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So here we are in after attribute name, so we're finishing it. Now, before attribute value, we've seen an equal sign, and then we got an EOF. Attribute value, we're going, so we return back to by one, and then we attribute value unquoted. Where's the EOF stuff? I'm doing -1 twice. This might be an error, but let's see. He wants value start. That makes sense. Oh, we're missing name row. And I think we're missing also name row in all of them. Yeah. No field name start. Wait a second, what are we looking at? So we did an attribute value. We get an EOF. This is an EOF in tag parse error. I did something more precise. EOF in attribute value, which I think it's a better name for it in any case. Emit an end of file token, blah blah blah. There's no start. Oh, this is like value start? Yeah, this is value start, right. Right, what's going on in here? Where are we? Before doc type name. Yeah, doc type r bracket. No need for that shit anymore, friend. So we're good. Okay, so here we fixed all problems. Let's go back to the AST. We can even say that utter is unreachable because when we instantiate this tokenizer, we don't set that we want attributes to true. And then instead, where is it? Switch must handle all possibilities. Yeah, you're right. There you go. Okay, here instead to this tokenizer we do that. So we do return outers in this case. Do worry about this stuff. There's no start R bracket. So let me see. We were pulling in the name. Yeah. Ooh, actually here we don't get the name first. Oh, that's a problem. I guess we can return tag name in this mode. That's not bad. So tag blah blah blah. Okay, let's return tag name from tag name then now. Perfect. Oh, I need to be careful because if I'm too naive in placing these returns, I might have some returns triggered twice. You know what? I am not going to return just because I found a space. I will return the token name when return address is true, only when either the tag closes or when I detect an attribute name. Otherwise I won't. And then we still have the self-closing start tag to worry about. Man, that's so fucking annoying. Okay. So this is fine. Then let's ignore self-closing. Then we do before attribute name. Do we get to before attribute name here for no reason? Oh yeah, we get to before attribute name like unless we immediately exit, we go to before attribute name no matter what. So okay, we ignore spaces. So here we go to after attribute name for some reason. But I think we should return. No, I feel like I'm doing something stupid. You know what? I'm doing something stupid actually. Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea to do this. As soon as we have a name, this is where we have a name. As soon as we detect one, this is where we do return it right away. That's it. So after this, we don't have to worry about returning a name anymore. Yeah, no, this is the right way. Now we have to worry about attributes. When do we return attributes? And the answer is we return attributes once we have gotten an attribute name that we know doesn't have a value or a attribute value pair. So we're at an attribute name, and with us we have the name start, but we don't have the name end yet. apparently there's this EOF state thing, but I think this is gonna lead to an error. Like if there's an EOF at some weird point, this is always an error, so we don't have to worry about it much, since what we're doing right now is just for rendering purposes, at least for now. We found an attribute name, and we found, oh god, we found any of these guys. Okay, hey, so then an equal sign, then parse error, then parse error, but then we continue and then we continue. Okay, so no matter what we do, we always go to after attribute name or before attribute value. So after attribute name is where we are considering whether the thing is actually for real, just an attribute name without a value, or if there's more. Well, here we know that there's more. Okay, so this is fine. So that means that after attribute value is where, sorry, after attribute name, this is where we find this. There we go. Start a new attribute in the current tag token. See that attribute name and value. The empty string or consume. Oh, wait a second. There's something that doesn't match my understanding. So we are after attribute name. So we found an attribute name. Then we found a space. So if we find more spaces, we don't care. If we find an equal sign, we think that then we need a value. If we find the end of the tag, then we are at the end of the tag. And then if we find anything else, right, this is where we think that there's a new attribute that we need to make, but then we still need to report the current one. So here we do this, I guess. If we want to return attributes, this is when we conclude that this thing is just a name, and so we return it. Before attribute value, now we have the name. Also, what the fuck am I doing? This is not tag name. Oh god. We're not returning tag names anymore. We need to return attributes. Fuck. After attribute name. So attribute name. After attribute name, here return attrs, we return an attr. Fuck, I'm such an idiot. Hey, so delicious. Hello. I'm deep into ugly HTML parser stuff, but I have the power of the official spec behind me, and I'm refactoring things, and I feel like I'm so close to getting back to a working condition for some definition of working. In reality, I think that I will probably have a bunch of weird off by one errors everywhere at the very least. But I think that once I iron out the kinks, I should be in a pretty good situation. Like, we should be on top of the problem. And then, yeah, that's the state of things. But you know what? Before I nuked everything, look, the parser was in a pretty good situation. Like, this is like the LSP functionality. You can have like the zig style vertical horizontal thing. If you mismatch tag names, then it tells you that this is like an erroneous end tag. It tells you that that foo never got closed. It knows that foo never got closed because it tries to find where body matches, finds a match, everything else is happy. So does a pretty good job, I think. And like, if you introduce spaces, then you get vertical alignment. So it's actually pretty good as is. But there were some tiny things that now I'm... Isn't there an HTML LSP yet? Find it. Find it for me. So I looked at what you get for HTML out of the box in Visual Studio Code, in Z, in Helix. Right? That was my same exact reaction. There is something like you get, for example, auto formatting for HTML in Visual Studio, but you don't get diagnostics. And they also, another thing that they tend to do is that probably, you know this thing that I said where I'm complaining about foo not being closed. Actually, certain tags you can just leave open. You can leave them open and never close them. And that's actually correct HTML. So I'm basically making an opinionated choice when complaining about those. Like, it's not like I'm the only one on the planet that can do that choice, obviously, making that choice, obviously. But I think that, I don't know, people just haven't approached this problem from this perspective. And actually, Sob has a good point. Yeah. A lot of people are using JSX. Name row, value row. It's delicious. Thank you for the 6 cheers. Name row, no. No one does HTML because parsing unfiltered HTML is a pain in the ass. I don't know, like, some tooling exists, it's just super bad. Solicious, you want to know what's the state of this stuff in Helix? You will be extremely disappointed to know. Okay, you know what? Give me... Okay, I'm gonna get up from the chair a few minutes. I'm gonna try finish what I'm in the middle of doing. And then if there's time, I'll show you. But long story short, Helix doesn't have an HTML LSP out of the box, but it has one that it's configured to expect, but you have to install it yourself. And when you install it, you have no idea how bad it is. You have no idea. Actually, here's a challenge for you while I'm waiting, while I'm doing stuff. Try to install it. See if you can figure out how to install it, because it's actually not that trivial. It took me actually a while before I figured it out, and then I'll tell you what to try to do once you have it. I'm a Nix user. Well, it's actually okay. The difficult part is not like actually getting it. It's like figuring out what they expect you to get. But have fun with this puzzle. I'll come back in a moment. I'm back. What's going on? Oh, hey, Giacomo. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Man, why do I always get raided when I AFK? Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. So I hope that you like HTML because that's what we're doing, an HTML parser. And I'm looking forward to see if somebody... So if anybody here is still alive or... I don't know, Giacomo, if you're still here, awesome. I don't know, maybe you were tired and you went away, but if people are still here, I would be curious to know what it is that you guys were doing in the other stream so that I can decide how to traumatize you with this HTML stuff, with this delicious HTML stuff. Wait, do I have to rename the binary? No, you don't have to. You probably downloaded... I think you might have downloaded VS Code language servers. No, VS Code HTML language service. Is this what you got? Yeah, that's. I don't think that's it. Or rather, you know what? Maybe this is a viable path, and I just didn't do it correctly, and so I took another path and that's why I was led to worse stuff. But here's what I got. I got VS Code language servers extracted, and that got me HTML and I think a few more. So Jack was adding some purity annotations to the JS backend of the Glim compiler to make bundlers work better. I see. Nice. I want to try Gleam sooner or later. It does seem interesting. I'm just, you know, having way too much fun with my HTML parser. So my binary is named HTML-language server. Then I don't know. Maybe you need to rename it. I don't know. I didn't have to with the other dependency. But then, man, the behavior that I got. You wouldn't believe it. No, not through Nix. I got that through just the NPM directly.
Open your eyes and see everything it was, and is and will be all at once. See the truth, don't hide from others' love. Bask in alarm clock, but we metaphysical. I alone am 10 people on the blunt. It's a physical. You're always dying and your death has yet to come. Open your eyelids. Swear outside of this lucid dream will come a silence. So keep dreaming, babies, and stay woke. But keep scheming, babies. Oh shit, it's a tidal wave of iPads. And an alt-right pirate with an eye patch. And a libtard cyclops that won't shut up about his climax. Support with daddy issues on a shock value tyrant. On a cotton candy island with a native speaking diaphragm. My self-hatred's on a subconscious rampage. While my naked giving speeches from the boys who have a man cave.
I don't know. I have I have like Lo-fi selected on sitcom TV ending. I don't know. Dreamy peaceful. I have all the peaceful songs. I actually have the Lo-fi hashtag enabled, and so that. Oh, actually no. I thought I did. I don't. I know. I have Lo-fi chill. That's my topic. Lo-fi chill. So these are all the things that match Lo-fi chill according to this website. So. Yeah, I'm using it. It's fine. It has some interesting innovation to it that I like. I'm not like in love with it yet. Yeah, I'm just, you know, trying it out, having a good time so far. It's fine. No complaints. So what was I doing, man? I completely forgot. So I'm inside attribute value, right? Quotation mark, single double. This brings us to after attribute value, and these after attribute value doesn't keep track. So this guy keeps track of attribute value end, and that makes sense. So here's what we want to do now. We want to return this bad boy. So before we move to the next thing, we want to return this attribute. And then we decide if there's like problems or not. So if self.return utters, oh, this is more complicated. Yeah, there's no. First of all, is value row. Then this has dot span in it. And then it has also dot quote, which I think it's double here. Then in single mode, same problem. So in single mode, single. So this is it. Attribute value unquoted. EOF is an error. If we find a space, this brings us back to attribute name, which means that Oh, now I have to copy it again. It's annoying. This means that if we want to return attributes, this is our time. If we find an end tag, yeah, same situation. If it's return attributes, we want to return this guy, and otherwise we return the token. Actually, it doesn't even have to be an else. Oh, but you can't have two returns. Right. So, yeah, never mind. This is fine. Okay. Although this is going to make us return a token thing. I was previously avoiding this. So this means that we can't fully avoid it, I think. So from here, it's kind of like not token, well, dot tag. We ignore. Start tag R bracket. Right. So what we're gonna get is going to be a name, and then we do this at the end. We don't need. This case doesn't exist anymore. We can break from here. There you go. This should be fine. So Solidicious, did you make any progress? Switch must handle all possibilities. What am I missing, man? I have Utter. What else am I missing? I just started to play my junk. Okay. Okay, I should probably show you then. Okay, check this out. So Helix Health HTML is right now configured to use my thing, super. If I comment out this line, it wants to use VS Code HTML language server, which I do have, which I got by installing that package that I told you about earlier. Now check this out. Format on save. It's kind of opinionated. Like, it likes to separate HTML from head and body, and it also likes to not indent them. Right? It likes to leave them at the thing. No diagnostics is wild, dude. You don't get diagnostics from anybody. Spin up VS Code, you will not get diagnostics. Spin up Z, you will not get diagnostics. None of them does. Nobody does. So, yeah, so it likes to special case them. It likes to leave them at the bottom level. So just so that you don't like lose an indentation level, I guess. That's fine. It's a choice. It's an opinionated one. It's fine. Okay, so div. It works. If you have mistakes, by the way, just to make sure, as you can see, it just doesn't care. Not only it doesn't care, but it's also somewhat artistic in its decision to how to do indentation. Here's another thing that it does in a funny way. If you So like this, you can see that P is inside div, right? If I self-close div, then P becomes a sibling. That's not according to the HTML spec. Like self-closing tags don't, well, normal HTML elements aren't self-closing. So, and when you self-close them, that has no meaning. So actually for the browser, this P is inside the div element, no matter what. Here, like now weird shit is going on. Like it's a sibling, but then there's a spurious, like an erroneous tag. God knows what's going on here. Okay, we're not done here though. We're not done yet. This is actually not the worst. Okay, get ready for the worst. You have in your HTML file some source code, okay, inside a pre-tag. I don't know if you're familiar with pre-tags where, you know, white space is important. Not having, like, you know, this, like this. This is shitty what I'm doing right now, but like in pre-tags, you place source code that then gets syntax highlighted, and like spaces and new lines, they get rendered as they are by HTML. So it's important not to touch what's in here, right? This thing doesn't care. One time I by mistake I edited an HTML file for the Zig release notes with this LSP on, and it obliterated every single code sample in the entire document. That's the state of things. By the way, my editor knows what to do. Oh, sorry, my LSP knows what to do. It knows that it can indent this pre to the correct level, but it also knows that it cannot touch anything in here. And so this stays where it is. Can you imagine? Will it add that first new line for you? Which one do you mean? You mean in here? If it's attached to a previous element, it doesn't do anything. If there's a space, it puts it on a new line. But then whatever is between these tags doesn't get touched. The first new line after a pre is ignored completely. Is it? You might know more about the HTML spec than I do. I know that the stuff in here shouldn't be touched. But like, okay, so you know what? The day I learn how this stuff works, I will apply the changes that I'm allowed to apply. I don't know anything else other than that. I just talked with my friend about this. Okay. That's awesome. So whatever it is that is allowed, that's what I will decide what to do. So I'm sorry, I didn't know about this thing. And let the issues flow. Yeah. Okay, let's get a proper Zig build error message, because I don't know what cases are we missing, man. Oh, tag name, right? Oh, of course, I just added it myself. Oh my god, I'm not getting build errors anymore. This is scary. Oh shit, we built. So, by the way, the fact that we built means that the previously working executable has been nuked. And now we're on our own. Okay, everything that you saw that was working, I'm sorry. I'll tell you up front. It's not gonna be as nice anymore. This thing is gonna make so many mistakes now. I really was harsh on it. So yeah, it's God knows where we're at. Access of type union field tag while tag name is active. Oh, that's actually good. Never mind. That's that makes sense. I actually bought this one. Where is it? And current name. There's this tiny tokenizer. Right. I'm trying to get the name. Wait a second. Where the heck are we at? We're in the main tokenizer. Just got a tag. I have the span. And if it's an end tag. Wait, 449. That's where we were. Yeah. Yeah, it's in the renderer. Yeah. So this is not a tag.name. This is a tag underscore name. There you go. Exit. We are tokenizing something. I think for a node, I should probably keep around one reference to its name so that I don't have to do this over and over. Could be worth it. Could be worth it. In any case, we're tokenizing. So tokenizer. This. And that's it, I guess. Okay, so this should be fine. Let's see. Oh, tailing is fine. Zig build. Zig needs an any iterator. I'm not sure I would agree. Are we still alive or are we pooping ourselves? Oh, we're still pooping hard. Reach unreachable code. 461. Oh no, that's is this like a, did we receive an attribute that we, like a token that we were not expecting to receive? Or 6-1. Shit. Taginator. Oh yeah, there's tag name, I guess, but we should have a consume tag name. Tokenizer. AST. Rendering enter. Retokenize. Yes, we're retokenizing this. What did we get? Parse error. That's interesting. That makes sense. So, that's not good though, because we're getting a parse error. That means that we tokenized this originally and we didn't get a parse error. Then we tokenized it again, and the second time we got a parse error. That's not good. That's not good. Let's see what kind of parse error did we get. Although this is not gonna be particularly good, we're gonna need to debug what's going on with the tokenizer a little bit more deeply. That sucks, but what can you do? Parse error EOF in attribute value. No. Starts at 10 and ends at 56. Well, yes. It starts at 10, so we want 9. Actually, we want 11, I think. Wait, no, we want 9. Wait, how do we... Well, how is this even possible? This is like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, starts at 10. So it starts here, yes. So what? We never find the matching quote? How does that work? First we find an attribute that starts at 5 and ends at 8. Yeah, I think this thing is completely out of whack now that I think about it. Starts at 5 and ends at 8. Actually, this is... Starts at 5 and ends at 8. Oh no, we think that this is just an attribute name. And then, what are we doing? We're doing something wrong. Okay, as you can see, I've introduced a bunch of regressions. It's also interesting that this happens only now and it didn't happen in the normal thing. Like, what the heck? So this is already wrong. We think that... Also, wait. Oh, no. Wait, I think I'm dumb. So yeah, this is the name row. But actually, no, we do have a value. It's not null. It is a value. It's a double quote. And there is a span for that value. Okay, so actually, no, never mind. I think we tokenized this correctly. This works correctly. Then there's this other guy here. Where is it? So the first one goes well. It's the second one that fails. And it also starts from a weird point because it shouldn't start from here. I think I'm just passing around a wrong index somewhere. I'm passing this start where I should be passing this start, I think. Something like this. So I think that after attribute value, we do something stupid. I think that's what's happening because the first time we go through it correctly, it's the second time that we fucked it up. So we're after attribute value. We returned it correctly. Now we have to start a new one. So self state. Also, we return with EOF in attribute value. That's so weird. Okay. So we're after attribute value. We find something. Let's say that we find this. Switch to the data state. But we don't have to worry about this much. Solidus. We don't care about this either right now. We go to before attribute name passing around the current tag. That makes sense, because at that point we don't have to keep track of anything, really. EOF in attribute value. I think we only do EOF in attribute value in the ones that have quotes, right? Yeah, this is what... Yeah, only here we return this. So we were in attribute value state when that happened. And our value star was at 10. And we got all the way to 56. How did I not... How did this not happen then? We got a double quote. Oh, you know what? Maybe we're in single quote or something by mistake. Maybe our state is bad in that sense. Yeah, because if we find a double quote, we will return. Oh, you know what's going on? My fucking god. Of course we return this thing, but also check it out. We are changing state afterwards, like the state change never happens. So the only way for this to work is that you return after you perform the state change. Man, I'm a fucking idiot. Of course, that's how it has to be. Now, is there any problem in reassigning state? No, because this state is a copy, so this should be fine. Oh, man. Oh no, what happened? There's an off by one error. So we crashed while rendering. We mostly render things correctly. We have a tiny off by one error in here, as you can see. We're missing a closing tag here, and we have too many closing tags here. So there's and this foo also is missing a closing tag. So we're almost there. Also crash. Access of again? Access of union field tag while field parse error is active. Okay, so we're also having this problem. Okay, how did it... Wait, where did we crash? 188. Oh, we might... Wait, 188. And tag while true. I think this is a side effect of our off by one errors, because we forget to, like, there's an off by one error there. Okay. Actually, this is less bad than I expected. So for sure, when we write down this attribute, actually, this should be fine. We just found this quote, and that's where our span ends. Yeah. Here we're doing -1 twice. Let's not do -1 twice. Although I don't think that's what we were doing. This also has the same problem here, though. I think. After attribute name, so this seems to be fine. Actually, no. After attribute name, if we find a closing thing, tag is self ID X. Yeah, no, it's self ID X +1, right? Because we are at the thing. Okay, I think I solved at least one of these off by one errors. I think there might be more. I haven't really solved much, actually. Oh, this is interesting, though. Even HTML is affected by this. So if HTML is affected by this, it means that it's in the tag name state. Tag name has a... Yeah. Okay, we're making progress. So, right, we are not formatting anymore because now we have errors. So this missing and tag. This is wrong, but it's based on the fact that we are probably still misparsing these things slightly. That's nice. We're making progress. I'm actually, not annoyed by this. There are some things that need to be fixed, but it's not that bad. So I know that it would be nice to have like a nice win, right? To conclude everything, fix all the problems and watch it work again. But it's kind of late and I have to go because tomorrow I'm flying to Systems Distributed. So I have to do some chores before I can leave. So I'm going to stop here and I will probably fix these things on the flight there. I'm going to have 9 hours where it's going to be me, the Z compiler and the HTML spec. And we're going to have like a... a serious meeting, but it's not bad. It's not bad. Hopefully, if I can fix this stuff by when I land, I might even try to give a lightning talk about this stuff. So, thank you all for hanging out. Once more, there is no happy, satisfaction at the end, but we did do some good job today, like aligning the tokenizer to the HTML spec. Man, that frees your mind of so many questions, right? Because it's something that you can trust, and there are still deviations in there, but they're like minor deviations. It's much easier to keep track of the minor deviations that I've added than the previous state, also because it wasn't written by me, obviously. So I'm happy with how this is going. So hopefully near future you're gonna be able to get an LSP for your HTML stuff that doesn't suck ass. So we'll see. So I would say thank you all for hanging out, and I think it's time for me to call it a day. Oh, you know what? Let's see if anybody in the Z community is streaming. Nobody that I know of. So this is it. See you all next week, and hopefully it will be with a functioning HTML LSP. Bye bye.